9444?
Yeah. What part of Texas are you in right now?
I'm in Houston.
Houston?
Yes. Okay, and I'm gonna repeat that
word.
number. I'm gonna repeat that number one more time to make sure I got it right. 908-463-9444.
Yes.
All right, excellent.
Cleveland,
Yes, ma'am.
do you have email?
Yes, I have an email, and I'm gonna give you all my email address.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh, wait,
if
Cleveland,
everybody
just-
gets a pen, huh?
You could just text me like when you're done with this or whatever.
Oh, for sure. I sure will.
Or whenever.
And 08-463-9444.
Yes.
Oh, the perps don't like this. Hey, they don't like it. That's why we're hearing so much echo.
Did you hear the plan I had a few days ago on the phone?
I wasn't able to attend the phone call a few days ago.
I was talking about real estate in places like Baltimore and Newark. You can get a house in Baltimore for like $10,000. The gun laws, you don't have to register a rifle. We could all share rooms in a house in Baltimore, and have registered rifles. Hello?
Why don't y'all work that out when you get there? Okay, because there's too much conversation over the line. And you're right, the perps are listening. This is Vanetta. Okay?
I just want Cleveland's email.
Okay, I'm going to give everybody an email. If you get a pen.
They got a pen, Cleveland. Give it to them.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. It's C. Okay, I'm going to say it in 1 minute. I'm going to let everybody get a pen. My email address is C. It's all lowercase letters. C. L. E. V. E. L. A. N. D. T. R. O. U. P. P. at yahoo.com. And I will repeat. It is CLEVELANDPROUTT at yahoo.com. My phone number is 346-801-5109. That's 346-801-5109. Y'all got it? Excellent.
What's up, Cleveland?
Hey, how you doing? Here goes the boss man. How you doing, Frank?
Oh, doing really well.
Happy to, we started to panic. We were wondering what happened to our moderator. You were about to call out the soldiers.
Yeah, well, late is late, and I just could not get those wheels to spin any faster.
Good to hear you. How you doing, Frank?
Oh, not bad at all. And everybody?
We're all good.
Okay, did Amy
Yes.
check in yet? Amy Anderson? Okay, I guess not. Well, that's okay.
Frank, did you hear about the woman from Texas that called the police and they shot her?
Yes, we were talking about that Monday, I think.
Oh, I must have missed it, but they said that she was stalked. They didn't use Target in the media.
Yeah, they used, stalked, exactly.
Stalked. Does anyone know that she called the podcast and spoke before?
I really didn't know that.
I was just curious.
Okay, we've got all kinds of noise on the line. So I'm going to mute the room. If you want to unmute, just hit *6. Everybody with computers can see what to do.
Sounds good.
Okay, okay, Cleveland. Okay, Cleveland, you're the only one who was unmuted. And caller number 22, I guess.
Oh yeah. Today I spend most of my time in the other day messaging other TIs, so we probably have a lot of people online. Some people ain't speaking, and that's fine. They can speak whenever they get ready. But I've been hard on the grind, Mr. Frank. I've been hard on the grind. We were talking about earlier about some of the tactics. They have new tactics that they even willing to sacrifice themselves to stop the movement.
Oh, I'm sure there's all kinds of stuff.
I have a question for you guys.
Sure.
I was actually thinking about this, and you say there's no progression in our groups or anything like that. How come we're not progressing as a group? How come we're not out there getting signatures and bringing this forth to our mayors and our city councils and bringing it forth to our senators or anything like that?
Oh, we have done that, and we are having a lot of progress this year.
So why aren't we fighting, like, at least in the legal manner, to get this stuff done and
we're doing that too.
Yes.
We have things all over the place going on. There are several nucleuses in the movement. The movement is moving along quite well, actually, faster than I expected.
I also want to add something with what Frank says. There's also someone putting together safe houses, which I will give to Frank and anybody who needs safe havens or anything like that. Just check in with Frank, and he'll let you know where it's at and who's hosting it. Okay? So the movement's going well. But it's been a long time since we had safe houses for TIs. We're taking it to the mayors. We're taking it to the senators. But we're also, one thing that we've also implemented also is reaching out more to TIs and other people that know what we go through because they're going through it. We can talk to a person in the community all day that don't understand. But for us to be cohesive and fully cohesive and be competitive, us TIs got to unite and we got to organize. That's what they're scared of. I've actually been threatened to back off of the movement because they pretty much told me, we'll leave you alone, but that's false security. They never do, because that's not part of their end game theory. They want me to back off of the movement. They say, well, we'll leave you alone if you stop helping people. We'll leave you alone if you stop helping other TIs like you. We won't bother you no more. We want you to let it be done. It's over. Let it be done, and we'll leave you alone. This is what they tell me. But you see what I'm doing now? I'm on this phone with y'all, relaying the information that can help you.
Hello?
And help us all.
Yeah,
And can I ask you how they telling you that?
They're telling me that by person to person. Person to person. A person will sit up they have their perch set up a block away from me, or about a block and a half, and that person will yell at Timmy. He says, "We'll leave you alone. Just back off of it. We'll leave you alone. Just leave it alone. We want you to leave this alone. It's over. We'll let you go."
Do you have a recorder to record that?
I got some of the recordings. Yes, sir. I got some of the recordings.
Okay, because I have a recorder, a couple of them. So if something like this would happen, I don't think the person is stupid enough to yell from a block and a half. But whatever
they are stupid though. They
are. I've got recordings of them too.
Caveman will do anything.
Frank, can I ask you something? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Can you give up my number? People in my area, in New York area, then we can get together. I don't know anybody in New York. So
I'm in the New York area, Alex.
Huh?
I'm in the New York area, Alex.
What's your name?
Michael.
Michael.
So
what in New York area? I'm in New York, in Queens, New York. And you?
I'm originally from Staten Island. Right now I'm in Newark.
Newark?
Yeah. I'm originally from Staten Island. I was born in South Park.
No, but where are you now? You're in New Jersey now, right?
Yeah, Newark.
Okay. So if you have sometimes, if you want to come together, call me, we can meet.
No, absolutely. Maybe next week we could meet downtown or something, like a Battery Park or something.
Okay, if you ask Frank for my number, if you want, he will give it to you.
Yeah, definitely.
And
we go to a deli and just talk stories.
Okay, anybody else in New York, he wants to meet with me and talk, I would be happy to talk to you.
Alex, anytime you would like to spend an hour on the phone, give me a call, and I'll spend as much time as you want.
Okay, I don't think I have to be prepared. I actually not a very good speaker by nature.
No,
I can learn. I can learn, but if I have a specific topic, I can go on, and prepare for it. Otherwise, I know a lot of stuff. I'm 63 years old. I have a lot of life experience. So, okay, if I decide it, I will let you know. Thank you.
Hey,
okay.
Alex?
Yeah.
Alex, I have a question for Alex. Hey, a couple minutes ago, I heard you saying you're quite knowledgeable, of course, how they do things in Russia. But I have a question for you. Since you in this country, were you shocked when you realized that the U.S.
I was in double shock. I would never believe in my dreams that in a democracy like United States, a leader of the world, this can be happening. I never believed it. That's why when it happened to me, I didn't know what's going on, like everybody else probably.
Yeah.
But the thing is about the United States as a country, it's a country of laws. And over here, if we are persistent, we can prevail. We can win this. Other countries like China, Russia, you cannot win there. They kill you right away. They don't ask questions. They kill you first, then questions after that. So this is the country when it I don't think it started here, but it's going to be ended over here in this country. This movement will be finished here in this country, because this country is a country of law. I really believe that.
Well, hopefully you're right. And we are, that's why it's very true about law. Law supersedes everything. And the Constitution supersedes everything.
Well, there is a lot
law of the land.
There is a lot of abuse of power in any country, and over here also, especially with these FBI, NSA, they have no, maybe even, I don't believe they do have a good self-control. Otherwise, this wouldn't be happening. Because most of the good people who work there, if they're not doing anything about it, that means there is somebody more powerful.
But you have to think about the organizations themselves. The FBI and the NSA and the CIA are all compartmentalized. In other words, this, let's say 4 people working on this project doesn't know what the next 4 people in the next office are doing. They like Bill Binney only found out about what NSA was doing kind of by accident, and Kirk Wiebe too. What happened was their area was having a meeting and they weren't invited. So they knew something bad was going on. Now, from what I understand from the papers, the Snowden papers, Hayden was in charge of the NSA. And Diane Rourke, who is another NSA whistleblower, along with Bill Binney and Kirk Wiebe, she handled the finances. And she found out through that way, through the economic part of it. And she went to Hayden and she said to him, "What's going on?" And he told her, but she's under a gag order. She can't talk about it because it's national security bullshit as usual. But that's what happened. That, you know, they're good people. Bill Binney and Kirk Wiebe are good people, and they feel that what they were doing to the American people, going into all our data and compiling our data, was against the Constitution, which it was. They also refused to use Bill Binney's program, which kicked out Americans. And that's when he found out that NSA was going to scavenge data on everybody.
You see, then I'm sorry to interrupt you. Sorry to interrupt you, but
that's okay. No, go ahead.
Knowledge by itself, to know what's going on, and even understand what's going on. First you have to know, then you understand, and then most important, the action. So if we know have knowledge what's going on, but we don't act, nothing is going to happen. So we have
Listen, Alex, you're a very bright man. If you want to go in, you know the Snowden releases of the NSA papers, right? You've heard of that, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, these 2 women, one is brilliant. You're going through the released papers of Snowden, and they're going through them one by one, and they're on Tuesday night and Friday night at 8 o'clock on YouTube, and it's called Decipher You. And if you want to learn what's going on, click in there and go through their old YouTube, their past YouTube files.
Okay, there are people who know a lot more than me what's going on, but my point is that action has to be. We have to act on the knowledge we have, and we have to approach not to each other to tell each other stories and neighbors or people who have no decision voice. We have to bring this to decision makers, people who make decisions like Ron Paul and Marco Rubio.
They all know about it. They all know about it, Alex. They all know about it.
We have to bombard them with emails and letters every day. Then they have to answer, because they will be afraid if something happened and they have this information and they didn't act on it, so they will be bad for them. So if everybody would send a letter to Marco Rubio, Rand Paul, to the Congress every day, then they have to act on it. After 10, 20, 100 letters, They have to do it. I believe they would. So that's why somebody on this call said we have to have a plan. And the plan is simple. Action, bombardment, decision makers with torture information, how they torture us, what's going on. Every day we have to send letters, emails, phone calls. This is, in my opinion, the only way.
Alex, they all know about this. They all know what's going on.
I know they know. Not everybody knows.
The reason they don't act on this is because NSA is using this as the national security as a cover for this. That's what they've put us under. We are classified as terrorists in the same classification.
That's
Now
very
this has been proven to me a couple of times. This friend of mine, Anthony Poland, went into their papers and he investigated it, and he told me years ago that we were classified as terrorists. Why? Because the government and security companies can get benefits and money from the government.
Bob, we're red flagged, okay? We're not classified as terrorists.
Yes, we are. This was just told to me by Susie Dawson, who's doing the NSA papers.
Okay,
We are
are you able to get on a plane? Are you able to get on a plane?
I haven't tried it in years.
Well, the next time you refused to get on an American airline, then you will be a terrorist.
You're perfectly
Because-
right, Frank. We're red flagged. I've got on an airplane 2 years ago.
Okay, see, it's the no-fly list is the big giveaway. Once you're on the no-fly list, you are considered a terrorist.
Yeah.
I'm red
Well,
flagged in the community.
the reason we've been told that we don't know about this program is you have to buy it. The report is there, but they want $10,000 for it. And we are classified as terrorists, and I've heard this from two very intelligent
very
people. No, wait a minute,
discouraging.
who have
Alex,
gone into the papers and read about it.
Alex was trying to say that to email congressmen, and he's also right that not all of them know about this. I would be surprised if half of them knew about this.
I
And,
would.
Who, the ones in Congress?
Secondly,
You
wait,
mean-
just one more thing.
Excuse me,
I want to
Alex,
tell
are you
Alex.
through speaking? Alex, if you're not through speaking, you have the floor.
No, I'm listening. I'm going to listen for a while because I have something in the kitchen. So
Okay.
Okay, Alex, I just want to tell you something real important, okay? If you email them, you want to email them to a person who you can also call to ask if they received your email, because there's cyber criminals hacking and intercepting lots of TI's emails, so they never get received.
yes, I sent some emails to Ella, and she didn't receive it. I sent some emails to Mike, and he didn't receive. And they changed my email when I click send. It says successfully, and then when I click to see what it sent, the text was completely different.
Hey, Alex. Yes, that's called the man-in-the-middle attack that the NSA performs. And I just want to say really quickly, this is Melissa. Hi, Alex. Hi, Frank.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Hello. Hi.
I want to say that there are actually 3 different lists officially, and you can be classified as a suspected terrorist, which means at some point walking down the street, you may have said hello to someone who knows someone who knows someone in, Afghanistan. I mean, it's ridiculous what they've done. There are also 5 separate, from what I understand from other people, insiders that have these lists. There are other lists. So they call them KSTs, a known or suspected terrorist. So you can be suspected.
Like for saying hello,
Suspected doesn't
that
mean you.
person was just being endearing, just to say hello.
I'd like to say something.
Well, I was exaggerating quite a bit, but if you have, for instance, if you have a friend on Facebook who then has a friend who's a known or suspected terrorist. At this point, pretty much everyone in America is going to be a known or suspected terrorist. It's called a KST, and you can still fly on a plane. That doesn't mean you're not on the KST list.
Hey,
KST.
Alex, if you want to check your email, go to ipchicken.com, and it has a place to check your email to see what's going on while your emails aren't sending.
What's the name of that, Ashley?
There's a free email tracker you can get and attach to your. There's a free email tracker you can get to attach to your Gmail account.
Okay.
It's a business tool actually, and you can see everybody who has opened your email and where they are located, what time they opened it.
Okay, well, where do you go?
It is just type in, just search for email tracker client.
Okay, thank you.
I can't remember the name of it, but I caught the Oklahoma City Police Department opening up my emails.
Yes,
my private
thank
emails.
you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm going to mute myself for a while because I have some work to do.
Okay, we've had a little bit of news, supporting news. As of yesterday or the day before, I think it was yesterday, I learned that we also have some more people that have been affected by the same thing that got our diplomats in Cuba. So that was refreshing to hear.
Oh, I loved it.
So now we have some more grasshoppers or cicadas to report on, I guess.
Scary times.
Yeah, it is really scary times.
You know what else I like is that the FBI guy is retiring, and then I've read that several other FBI guys are also leaving.
Okay.
So I sent him a Twitter and I said, I told you, I warned you years ago this was going to happen to you. And I said, you didn't listen to me. I said, no one is exempt from this.
Caller 201, you are now muted. You wanted to speak?
They weren't exactly retired. They were kind of forced out.
Well, that too, yeah.
They're being investigated. They're going to be called before the Mueller committee, perhaps. It's kind of ironic.
Memoir.
What?
What's your Twitter?
What?
What's your Twitter?
Barbara Gillette, Guillette.
I mean, is that your app?
Pulsing. A couple mornings in a row because I was away.
I think it's under my name.
Okay, it's funny because when you said that,
I gotta find out.
When you said that, I remember reading something similar to that, but I didn't think it was you. So, and I'm not even sure that I'm following you on Twitter. That's why I was asking.
Well, the banner that I use is a big bad wolf, and it's Little Red Riding Hood. Only she's got directed energy weapon in her hand.
I don't know. I'll check it. And see the next time I'm on there. I'm at Alexandra Macdo7. So if you see that, you'll know it's me.
What is it?
At Alexandra Mac MAC Doe. D is in David, O is in on, and the number 7.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll look for you. Yeah, talk later.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I've got a big bad wolf. I mean, he's really big and fierce looking, and he's looking at Little Red Riding Hood, and she's looking up at him, and she's got this, it originally was a rifle. but I superimposed a do weapon over it. So that's my picture.
Okay, I'll check for it.
Yeah, I'll have to see
Mine
that
is
myself.
you see mine. Mine is an eye, a photo of my eye.
Yeah.
So just so you know.
A big eyeball? Is that what it is?
Well, actually, my eye is closed on it because what happened was early on there was a depiction of a snake head on it, and so you can see it if you're looking at it and know what to look for.
Okay.
Yeah. Not a tattoo. I didn't do it. I don't even have a tattoo. I've never had any tattoo. That was something that was done to me.
I'm not a big fan of Twitter. I really am not. Because usually when I write, I'll write a few paragraphs. And Twitter frustrates the hell out of me. I got an echo, Frank. Can you get rid of it?
Okay, Bob, start talking and I'll see if I can find it.
Oh, there I am. I'm in chat. I'm under Barbara Gillette at Card Dakotas. I have no idea who he is.
Okay, I'm going to have to mute the room again. Anybody who wants to speak, just unmute *6 anytime you want. But we have an echo we can't get rid of. Okay, Barb, you want to unmute?
Is there an echo?
No,
No echo.
Sounds like some heavy breathing for some reason. Maybe it was chasing a little Red Riding Hood.
Yeah, it's kind of a cool banner.
Yeah, I'll have to go take a look at that.
Him like, I'm gonna blow your butt off.
Hi, this is Vanetta.
Hi, Vanetta.
I have something. Hi, Barb. I feel like you tonight, and because I've been cussing today. I'm sorry, Frank. I'm dealing with the perps. I'm in South Carolina, North Carolina, and some things occurred. I've been now I'm getting the echo.
Go ahead.
I've talked to two new TIs, a lady from California who called me because I went into, I received a text that a TI named Elvira had passed, and she calls in on another line that's at 12:30 at night, and she didn't recognize my number, and I told her that I was sorry to hear it, and I gave my name, and so she called me. Her name is Elizabeth Adams, and she has a video, America Needs to Know. And I was sharing some of the update information about Representative Thomas Schiff and opening the investigation of the FBI and the Department of Justice. And I suggested that when she goes online, she's on Sister Marion's call, which is at 12:30 Eastern Standard Time, suggested they do indeed send emails. Then I spoke to a new TI in South Carolina today. And I also find out that perps had, I'm Buddhist, and I realized that something was going on, that they compromised or they got a perp within the Buddhist community. And I realized they spread some kind of lie about me. And I tried to approach her being civilized because we're supposed to be in a so-called religious community. Of course, she ducked me 2 weeks ago at a meeting, and I really didn't talk about it. And I came to another meeting tonight, but she claimed she had to go out with her son. But I know the perps heard me talking today because I was on fire. Okay, I sounded like Bob because I was cussing, and there is divine intervention because two people called me in a row. But I went to the meeting tonight, and I did speak with them because you're not supposed to do this kind of behavior. And evidently the person told her some kind of lie, and she went back and told it. And I told the lady that in so many words, I knew that she was a perp, and that I was targeted. And she couldn't look at me 2 weeks ago, and I tried to talk to her and step outside, but she wouldn't step outside because she probably figured that I was going to kick her A. That's how mad I probably looked, because I'm just outdone. But I came home after going to the meeting, and I had been listening about symbols and how narcissistic the perps are, and somebody carved a Y into my table. I suppose that was supposed to scare me or whatever. But since these perps never show their faces, I'm like Bob or Michael. What do I care? It's just another method of intimidation because we're getting closer to revealing the truth. And the more active we become, that's supposed to deter me to let me know that they've been in my apartment. They come to my apartment every day. So I just noticed I got a Y carved on my bedroom table, like he's calling me out. But I know he's a coward, because if he was that bad, he'd been sitting on my living room couch when I got home tonight. And I would have gladly have met him with open arms. So, and I am very angry right now, but I understand what's going on. And we do, Cleveland doesn't understand because Cleveland is not on all the calls. That we do have certain, like Frank said, certain nucleus that we are working, certain groups that we are working actively to bring an end to this. I am very active reaching out to other political action organizations in North Carolina. Now, I realize I'm in former Klan country and being African American, but I don't care, because at this point, they're going to mess with you anyway. They've compromised my civil liberties. I listen to people 1/3 my age, people in their 20s who are being gang stalked, but at this point, we have to fight because they're losing. That's why they're so active. That's why they're trying to end their death throes. And they know that with this investigation that's coming up, and they thought that since they spread this big lie about me in the Buddhist community, that would make me back off. It's not going to make me back off. I wanted to confront the woman on civil terms, but she's been running from me. So I am going to eventually see her. And, of course, when I see her, I will calm down. But I'm going to confront this because I realize that's how they work. They throw a stone and they hide their face. So people, don't be afraid to stand up. I was on a call with Terry.
That is 100% right.
Can I say something right quick?
Okay.
Can I make a comment to what she said? Is that I do understand, and if I'm not on all the calls, I'm contacting other TIs from across international.
I'm not saying that you're not doing, but you don't discount what other people are doing because you're
I've never discounted. Hold up, man.
Okay.
Hold up. I never discounted anybody.
Okay, but I'm not going to argue.
You would have heard something I said.
I heard something that you said, but I heard you also say that, and I just want to clarify that there are a lot of things going on, and we don't talk about them on the phone all the time because we're aware the perps have military-grade equipment. It's not that we're not progressive, but we're also aware there's other ways that we do communicate with other people, Cleveland. I'm not attacking you, okay? I've been in the freedom movement for 40 years. This is not my first movement.
Wow.
I know why I'm in this whole thing because I got a big mouth, and I believe that all Americans are supposed to be free.
Same here.
I got a big mouth, and I don't back down. And that's the only way to be. And I believe what.
I am with you.
Please calm down.
Shut up.
I am calm, Cleveland. This is my personality. Okay, young man, I am calm. Okay.
I'm not. I'm 43 years old.
I'm 66. I'm 66 years old. Okay. Now let me finish. You've talked quite a while. Now let me finish. I did not mean to insult you, but I'm just letting you know there are many things going on out there, and there are watchers also, people who are aware ready to make their move in place because they're aware that things are going on. Like Terry Brewer said the other day, a man approached him a couple of months ago, and the business super told him that they were aware. Other people have been approached. We're aware that other folks are out there. They cannot come forward because they're aware that we are under total scrutiny at all times. But there are other people out there who are helping us, but they just cannot vocalize it. I can't blame them. if I had not been put in this program and not have found out about it, I would have never believed it. And I love sci-fi. You know, I love Twilight Zone. But I would never have believed this unless I actually lived it. This is incredible, even for a retired social worker. This is incredible.
My name's Angel.
Hi, Angel.
On Monday, right? And this might interest you. I don't know if you heard about it, but there was, I guess, for me, it was the first time I think it was done. It was a people's address, you know, the People's State to the Union for the people. And it seemed to be a collective movement from all these activist organizations that were that pretty much are fighting for you know, human rights or you know, changes in laws that affect everyone. You know, not just that group, kind of like ours. It was streamed live on Facebook only. It wasn't shown on TV. It was a big rally in New York before Trump's. And I mean, they even mentioned they were going to take that collective movement across the country. So I mean, it sounds like a good idea, if, you know, for someone like me, or maybe even someone like you that's been sort of fighting this, to see if you can get in touch with one of these groups, and maybe we can even expand this into theirs.
I am reaching out.
I mean, they all select. Oh, I'm sure you are, but this might be something else, like you know, and they might already be aware. This is something. I mean, I felt.
What was their name again? What was their name again? No. What was the name of the group? The group.
I forgot the full name. I'm gonna check my email and see if I can open it. But it was collective. It was about immigration, women's rights.
I know who they are.
Rights,
I know. Excuse me. I know who they are. They used to be the women health organizers. They're called the Resistance now. Okay, because I've been in contact with the Resistance movement. I'm involved with them already. I'm involved with them.
Cool.
Yeah, and I'm going to another big meeting in a couple of days to do organization with who are non-TIs but will be supportive of us in the state of North Carolina. That's why I got this initial of this gang stalker on my bedroom. And I just want to take this table and beat him to death, you know, because the idea that somebody probably half my age, who on my taxes are paying his salary, got the audacity to come to my house, and Melissa understands me completely, and put his initial on my table, you know, and also he's a coward, okay, and because they only come, and I'm saying that not for you, Cleveland, for all the ones out there who are afraid to fight, because it was a man on Terry's call kept saying nobody will help, but he was afraid to help. No one is going to come and save us. We have to save ourselves. I'm in agreement with you, Cleveland. I'm in agreement with you, Bob. I'm in agreement with you, Melissa, and Barb. And I'm really, when Barb is cursing, I'm agreeing with her. I understand other people get offended, but I'm in agreement with her 100% because they make you feel like that. But we got to put positive energy out there, because they flow on that negativity. So you're right. I am calming down. I got on the phone call. Because the idea that they would spread lies about me and my religious community, and I've been a devout Buddhist for 39 years. You know, my head is on fire, okay? And I've been devout Buddhist.
I want to say something good.
And I understand how they work, and I understand that that's how they work. Go ahead. Okay.
I understand exactly what you're talking about, and I never try to denounce anything about the movement. I'm for progression for us. And I think, you know, sometimes we get frustrated by the perps, but we got to remember that we need to, you know, put emotions aside sometimes so we can tactically, strategically get these people that are hurting us. I also want to say that I'm going through something right now. If anybody can give me any help, my phone number is connected to my PayPal. If you want to send me $5 or whatever like that, I'd appreciate it. You know what I'm eating right now? I'm eating bread and cheese. That's all I can afford. I only have $1 in my pocket to take a bus tomorrow to try to get my FEMA, and I don't know how long I only got 2 more days here at this Good Samaritan's house. So I'm really stuck in the trenches here. When I was homeless and I was out there, you wouldn't believe how many perps. They was 24 hours. 24 hours.
I believe you.
I do. I went through that.
I believe you.
So
You know,
if anybody can help me, you know, my PayPal, my phone number, if you have my phone number, that's linked to my PayPal. Send me $1 or $1. Anything will help. You know, but I'm really suffering, and I don't let people see that. But to be honest with you, I feel like you do. You know, when you talk loud, I feel like that. But I understand we have to tackle this on a strategic level. I did want to tell you, there is a safe house being built, which I will forward to Frank.
I heard your phone number. I'm very clear. I used to work as a social worker. Documentation was part of what I had to do. I'm very clear. My focus right now, one of T.I.'s died, Elvira, and we got to bury her in California.
You know what? That's so sad because I'm hurting. Because Elvira, you said that, and I wasn't sure if you were Elvira or not, because when Elvira gets irritated, she talks like you, and I thought you were Elvira talking about someone else.
No, honey. No, she passed. She passed.
I'm kind of hurt.
Okay. So am I. So am I.
Hello.
Okay, so am I. Okay, Cleveland, I'm sorry. Cleveland, I'm sorry. I thought you knew. She passed.
I didn't know.
I'm sorry. I'm
sorry.
Before Elvira is buried, they could do an autopsy. She was being poisoned with graffiti spitfire and filed a complaint with Johnson and Johnson.
Would you say,
hello?
I'm here.
Elvira filed a complaint with Johnson and Johnson because she was being sprayed and poisoned with graffiti spitfire.
Oh.
And also,
that's right, because you were pharmaceutical.
My friend Tanya helped her get out of the hospital. She had evidence Elvira was force medicated, and she was held there for more than a week. And they weren't allowed to keep her more than 72 hours. And then Elvira admitted herself went to the hospital voluntarily on 2 or 3 occasions. And instead of treating her symptoms, which was difficulty breathing, asthma, and bleeding, they sent the first person that would come into the hospital room was the psychiatrist. So the hospital is liable, Johnson might be liable. This is really, really important. I was going to try to get in touch with Tony, who she was living with, to try to get in touch with her sons, one of her 3 sons or her ex-husband. Do an autopsy on her.
Connie, you're right on top of it.
You know, Connie, in terms of autopsy, if a woman is older, they'll just say she died of natural causes. They have to bring up, alerts immediately.
Then I'll call the police in the county. Because she can name until Tanya.
It's unclear the circumstances surrounding her death. I will call tomorrow and find out more. This is Vanetta. Hello? It's unclear the circumstances surrounding her death. I'm going to find out more. In Cleveland, I did not know that you knew her. I am so sorry.
She made complaints to the police and Johnson and Johnson. They have a complaint fund.
Yeah.
What medication? What Johnson and Johnson medication?
It was not
graffiti spitfire. It's not a medication.
I'm asking Connie, what medication was Johnson and Johnson?
It's not a medication. She was being poisoned with graffiti spitfire, which is used by police to cover up graffiti.
Okay. I thought you mentioned Johnson and Johnson.
She got it, and she got the paperwork and brought it to her doctor because Johnson and Johnson told her to bring it to her doctor to try to detox her from their products.
What product? And which product is that?
Johnson & Johnson Graffiti Spitfire. It's used to cover up graffiti.
Oh.
It's orangey yellow. It's a chemical.
Okay, so it's highly toxic.
She complained to police. She complained to the hospital. She complained to her doctor, and she also told Tanya and myself. So, and you know, she knew it was Johnson & Johnson Graffiti Spitfire.
Also,
and who has
doctors denied her asthma medication. Remember, Connie, when she just couldn't get any asthma medication from her doctor?
Wow.
Yeah, she called me from the hospital, and the first person they would have her see is a psychiatrist, and she kept on telling them to treat her for her symptoms, and she doesn't need a psychiatrist. That hospital could have been sued by Elvira. They force medicated her in November. She didn't sign to be admitted. They kept her more than 3 days, and they force medicated her. A large male, African-American male, force medicated Elvira. She had grounds to sue the
Johnson form. Who has that form? The Johnson & Johnson form she was taking them. Who has it?
I don't know who was poisoning Elvira. I know she knew she was being poisoned by it.
What state was it in, honey?
It was in California. It was in California.
Yeah. So she was probably in LA. I'm in California.
At one place, at one point, she stayed with Elizabeth. At one point, she stayed with Elizabeth Adams, and I have a phone number. And Elizabeth is trying to find her relatives right now.
Okay, and Tony, she was living with Tony, who used to go by Cheryl, and I think I have Tony's number. Tony called me a couple months. Yeah.
Find that form. She was have those people try to find that form that Connie's talking about, the Johnson & Johnson form, because that, and get that and have that. Make sure if somebody gets that back, because that's her evidence right there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes, but she doesn't know who was doing it. She was walking outside and they would spray her. I mean, I talked to her about this quite a bit. She didn't know who exactly was doing it. I did want to say we're having a call. Somebody's having a call for her on Sunday, right? A memorial phone call. I thought it was Renata.
Derek is, I think.
Renata, she's at 5:30 Eastern Standard Time.
I thought Derek just said he thought Renata was.
That's what the email Derek said was 5:30 Eastern on Sunday.
Yes, Renata. It's on
114616.
Yeah.
Yeah, 114616. Is it at 5:30 Eastern Sunday?
Yes.
Is that the time?
That's correct.
I just wanted Cleveland, because he's crying and he's shocked, and I only heard this earlier too, and I'm still kind of in shock. Are you still there, Cleveland?
Cleveland? Cleveland?
I'm still here. I'm still here. I had to
listen, I know you're really, you're shocked right now. Listen, I'm so sorry that you didn't know. I'm so sorry for your pain and for all our pain. She was a beautiful, beautiful, wonderful lady, and it helped me to remember right away that she's not in this torment or this pain anymore. She's graduated. She's graduated, and you know what?
Do you know one of the last things she told me? One of the last things Elvira told me is she said she's tired, and she said she just wanted to give up. And I told her, don't give up.
Okay. This is Vanetta Cleveland. I'm so sorry. I did not know, but I blurted it out because I've been upset all day, and that's why I was so angry. That this was a nice lady.
She's
And
the one.
she
She was beautiful, and she was a
She's the
remarkable
one.
human being.
Yeah, she's the one who reunited me with y'all when FFCHS fell. She's the one who reunited me with y'all.
Okay.
Can I add one more thing real quick? Can I add one more thing? My friend Tanya, who helped PI in California, who helped Elvira get out of a Florida hospital in November. Tanya has the name of the hospital and maybe even the doctors, because Tanya sent them a very threatening letter that said you are not allowed to hold Elvira Williams against her will more than 72 hours unless she has a guardian or conservator or pending charges. And she didn't have any of them. And then Tanya sent them the statutes. She sent it to the administrator of the hospital. She copied in the IRS and Medicaid or Medicare. So my friend Tanya has information regarding the hospital. And they released Elvira this morning.
I'm going to pass on that. This is Vanetta. Okay, in Cleveland, I'm sorry again. I'm going to pass on that information. They are looking for her relatives because you do need a relative to do that. They're looking for her ex-husband and the 3 kids right now, and to find out also about what's going to happen with Ariel. But we're going to follow this through, and I have a contact number, and I'll be on the phone. I'll get on the phone with her tomorrow to have her relay that information.
Somebody in the
You have
family
my
should
number?
find out what medication they gave her in November when they forced
I understand.
medication.
I understand. But it will have to be a relative. And they will have to get that information. And as soon as we find a relative, I'm going to pass on the information about Tanya and the letter that she sent. And so we're going to work this out. She did not die in vain. Okay? And
the
we will
other
remember
thing,
her by taking action.
And Elvira, her father was a king in Africa, and when he came to the United States, they gave him acres of land for each grandchild. And Elvira says her targeting, she believes, was tied because her grandfather was awarded or given so many acres of land for every grandchild.
I'm gonna break something down to you right now that I know that certain ailments, diseases, they use for bio warfare. We haven't. Some of the perps have tried to use bio warfare on me as well. But I never let them get close enough to use it on me. But there's certain bloodlines that can resist certain biochemicals.
That's right.
And I believe I can tell you what she was. She was a level 5. I already know. She was a level 5 bloodline, which is Royal African bloodline. So we do know that there's a hierarchy occultically, and they have royal occultic families that's generational, and I know you've heard this before. They eliminate the bloodlines and any contending bloodline of royalty, they eliminate it.
Yep.
And I just want to add that in there too.
Okay.
Yep.
Cleveland, what did you say about bloodline again? That's what they keep telling me.
Okay, I'll give you an example. And I'm kind of right when I'm gonna talk about this. I'm gonna try to be safe, and I'm gonna try to be somewhat safe, but I'm gonna try to be clear because this is a real tightrope. It's a real. Instead of me walking on a tightrope when I mention this stuff, disclosure. There's a form of disclosure of things I cannot talk about militaristically unless I really want to get the higher ups on me. So I'm gonna put it this way. There's certain blood types. If you look at blood types, to ones that are rare, to the ones that are frequent. Population control. For population control, they use that.
When they find a blood type that they are not accustomed to, it's experimental. They some people could be resistant, some people not. Some of their bioweapons won't work on certain blood types.
That's right.
And now I can leave it like that and still be safe and not have to worry about the biggest of them trying to get me. But it's really a touchy subject, and all I can say is that there's certain bio things that they use for population control. I don't know if you even know of the USCMJ of it's Article 666, where governments can take over a person's children. This is another thing. I haven't had a chance really to speak about that. Where the authority.
I knew a lot about UCMJ, but I didn't know that there was something like that.
Yes. For instance, there's another way that they get rid of people from different nationalities. Say, for instance, American milk, or for example, some people in China are lactose intolerant, and it breaks down the system to drink such because they're used to the things that their animals eat, not what our animals eat, with all the what they call it, the stuff they put in animals to get them to produce more.
Hormones and the antibiotics.
Yeah, hormone treatments and stuff like that. Some other nations can't take that, and they implement.
That's right. They won't take our milk.
Yes, they import and they export this to break down the system. Now, what they need to do to break down the system, and I'm going to tell you right now, they need to starve a person. They need to get you off the regular diet that you're accustomed to, that your lineage or your family, the recipes, that to get you off of a custom, so that they can implement this. The smaller form of it, I'll give you an example. The smaller form of it is hormone genetic food. The biggest form of it is AIDS and HIV. Let me tell you, how come condoms nowadays that they put forth, don't have non-oxynol 9. Non-oxynol 9 eliminates AIDS and everything. How come they don't put that in condoms no more? You got to literally specifically ask for it. This is how serious it is. It is non-oxynol 9 kills the germ instantly. How come that's not publicized?
I never heard of that.
You haven't? I've heard of it. I knew it some time ago. Non-oxynol 9, and it's also used with the cervical cap as the gel to hold it in place. Non-oxynol 9.
Okay.
They knew that 30 years ago.
I just wanted to mention that lactose intolerance is known throughout Europe, principally with English and Welsh people and Irish people. Okay, so it's out there.
Also African Americans are lactose intolerant. I'm lactose intolerant, but I'm also aware of what and then we have different heritage in us. So that, whatever our genetic sequence is, depending on our heritage, make us lactose intolerant. But what Cleveland is saying, I'm well aware of it. For years ago, working at HIV, I ran into people who were HIV resistant. And I remember this one man specifically coming in, and he was an addict, and his wife had died, and all his friends had died, but he never contracted HIV. And they were on him like flies on a piece of dead meat. Researchers.
You just don't have to worry about them, because there's even regular community members, anybody would be they're envious, they're jealous, and they'll work alongside the perps because of this jealousy.
But there's a lot of dynamics going on, what he's talking about, relating back to, and just to add to what Cleveland is saying, I'll calm down now, Cleveland. And as I was sharing about Baltimore in particular, and I'll just backtrack a little bit, there's two entities there that are gang stalkers. One entity is the criminal drug element that's very powerful because Baltimore is one of the largest ports in the country where they import heroin. The other entity is Johns Hopkins, where they do a lot of research on addicts and addiction. And I lived in that area, and I lived down the street. That's when I first became aware of my targeting, because the retired State Department person had a problem with me, which is another story. And I realized she was mad at me.
Join the club. Yeah, I met someone from the State Department, and he is so great to even be around me.
You know, and she was very angry with me because when I told her I was Buddhist. When I said that to her, I realized that she probably was in Vietnam, and it was the Buddhists that overthrew the Diem government. And they really had a real problem with them. And so she came after me, even though she was retired. But Johns Hopkins, when you go into the Baltimore community, low-income blacks and whites and Latinos have a real problem with them because of the research they do, and they don't tell them what they're doing. There was a problem with them doing lead research within the African American and white and Hispanic low-income community, and not telling them that they had lead poisoning in their children, not giving them the medication. And so Johns Hopkins has a duality about it, and they're not who they say they are. So it's like someone said, there are universities involved in this targeting. And Johns Hopkins went so much as far as to advertise for security, for people to hire for security, ex-military. They had big billboards in Baltimore hiring people. And what would they need all this extra security for? And they were gang stalkers. Exactly. So I realize now, talking to all of you, after I got over being upset about Elvira and everything else, why are pulling it all together? I'm calming down because we got to fight this fight. I will follow through. It's so many dynamics and there's so many things going on, but we're gonna win because they can't outthink us. When we come together like this, we are powerful. You know, all this information just flowing through.
Legal stuff. You got all the great background with the social. You know, the legalities. So you got that. Connie's got the FDA and the Pfizer on her background. I've got the military background and the high tech and telecom background. So we all have some good background to bring to it, bits and pieces to make the puzzle fit.
Exactly. And I knew I was on the right track because this gang stalker put this Y on my desk for a symbol to let me know. See, they're so stupid. If they just would lay back and leave us alone, we would never figure things out. But thank goodness they're so narcissistic and foolish that they got to tell us who they are. And then within their telling us who they are, they can have all the computer equipment in the world. But one thing that we TIs have on them is that we've got common sense, and the majority of us are very, very smart. Whether we book smart, street smart, we are smart, okay?
And we're not
we're
afraid.
very bright, and we're not afraid. You know, I'm not afraid.
You know what?
And you're not.
I don't know if anybody has ever said this to themselves when you're in your private time yelling at your perp. Come on, we all do it.
Yes, we do.
Don't lie and say you don't. We all give our little soapbox perp speech.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, but I've always said, if you kill me, I win, because I promise
That's
you,
right.
and pardon my French, I'm going to be a bigger pain in the ass.
I'm gonna come and haunt you.
you. I'm going to know who and where you are. So I just want to say Elvira, in a way, has won. She really has. She won.
Yeah.
Not that dying is winning or anything like that, but you know what? She's no longer in pain. She's no longer tormented.
Right. And I bet you she's hanging around, giving us little bits and pieces.
She is. I bet she is going to say, you know what?
Giving
I'm
clues.
going to help my friends. I'm going to help my friends.
Yes. And
Hey, y'all,
and
we're not going to win.
And we're going to turn her death into her transition into a positive.
Right.
Because they thought they were victorious in killing her. They just made us just that more angry and just that more determined to fight. And it just meant for me to be on this call and start fussing at Cleveland, and I let it out. You know, everything happens for a reason.
Connie, are you still there?
Hi, somebody just called my name.
Yeah. Hello? This is
Connie.
Connie.
It's Melissa.
Hi, Connie.
So I helped Elvira get some CBD oil, and I don't know if she ever got it.
Dead.
What?
I know when she was going into the hospital, she was saying that Tony was moving her stuff. Tony called me 2 weeks ago. Tony used to be known as Cheryl Pellegrini.
Okay.
I have Elvira's address of where she was residing with Tony at Tony's condo.
No, that's not what I'm asking. Did she get her CBD oil?
I don't know. She didn't tell me about the CBD oil.
Hey, just to get a bit back, I read a 1970 Military Review article that was called Ethnic Warfare, and it was about what we were, what you guys were speaking about earlier with, but it went down to the enzymes and catalyst level of, as inhibitors, and they did mention different regions of the world, and and talked about lactose intolerant and couldn't digest this and stuff like that. So, and this was like in 1970. So, who knows if they continue a project like that? So,
in the Jewish culture, they call things kosher. In our society, we call it organic. So it's kind of one and the same. We want to have things that don't have all this garbage in it, GMOs and hormones and who knows what else that they're putting in these things. Even though they advertise and say that they don't have them in them, how do we really know? So we have to start working with the local farms and the local levels and not deal with corporations and big companies like Tyson Chicken and Foster Farms and whatever else, because we don't know what they're doing.
Kosher.
Well, I want to know from Cleveland, was RH negative? What, because I know people delve into this whole alien reptile, and it actually is not what it is. It's just lacking the D antigen, and it's actually probably a mutation because it was specific to the Basque region of France. And we mutate all the time. Animal species mutate all the time. So RH negative could be a mutation, but it is more resistant to certain diseases and certain...
You are very clear on that, yes. RH negative is very resistant.
Okay, can I talk?
Yes, please.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thanks so much. I appreciate it. There's a couple things going on. One, the topic you're on is me all over. I've known for a very long time about the RH negative. My dad both are. He was asked a long time ago, 20 years ago, to go into a testing for an antibody or something for the HIV virus, and he had brought it up to me then, and was in the fine state of Oklahoma, and we chose not to do it. So, we've been on. I'm sure some of my stuff probably has to do with that, and I am at the. I've also got the 6th lumbar vertebrae. So there's 10% of us with the lumbar vertebrae that are also at world population. The extra vertebrae. Yes, Melissa, you're correct. We are not reptilians. It's very, very, very ancient Basque region, and we migrated up, to the Celtic area, or into New France, or then over into the United States to the Gulf of Mexico. So, you know, we've been around for a very long time. And I know someone did tell me that yes, especially if they know, my dad was Air Force, so especially if they know that, you know, like them approaching my father, you know, he was, he retired as like a civil servant position. And so he was approached. So I guess that obviously I must have been on a list somewhere in there, but someone else has recommended to me that could be some of my targeting. And it's, so I do want to throw that out there, because that's been going on for years. And it's crazy making. It is so crazy making when I hear people say, you know, all this stuff about reptilian crap and not knowing what we're talking about. We're just, the Basque were very, very ancient, very, very ancient order, period. You know, we got from the Mediterranean and walked the Pyrenees, which is called the Way of the St. James, to get out of there. So, you know, everything all along the Pyrenees to get from one side to the other side, which is the Celtic Sea. That's where a lot of people were. Southern France, or at that time, there was no, you know, there was no France or Spain. That's the region we were in. And each time the Roman Catholic Church would come after us when we were Catholics, all this kind of stuff, and, you know, eventually get to the slaughter of St. Bartholomew massacre.
Okay, I think we're getting a little off subject here. Can we?
I'm not off of
to
anything.
targeting?
Barb, you leave me alone. You leave me alone. You leave me alone and mute yourself.
You're rambling on about bullshit.
Barb,
I don't want to hear.
I'm not rambling on about anything.
That's not
You mute
bullshit.
yourself right now. I'm not putting up with her shit tonight.
Go fuck yourself.
When I talk,
Hey, that's enough.
I'm not putting up with her stuff, and I talk very, very seldom. And when I talk, I need to talk. And it's not rambling.
All right, just take
This
a
is anthropology. This is not bullshit. This is anthropology.
Exactly.
This is the scientific examination.
This is my family life, and you shut up, Barb. You mute
All right, that's it. That's enough. Now, the young lady that was talking about Europe and where her ancestors came from, will you please speak now? That would be caller 202.
We all agree on that. Okay, I am back in. They're after my transportation again. They're after my car again. There's another wave again of all this coming at me again. They've already taken one car. Now they're trying to take another one. I have no place to go. I got the car because I had to get the car. And if I had to live in the car, I would have a decent car to live in. So will y'all please help me? And Barb, you don't say one word.
She is no longer a part of the call. She left. So we all
You are
lose.
loved. You are loved.
I'm so
We're all
sorry.
here.
I'm so sorry, but
No,
I'm so
don't be
sick of it.
sorry. Just let it out. Let it out.
I'm so
Let it out.
like I am for
You're my
8
friend.
years.
Miss, what state are
You're
you in?
reported.
It's okay. You know what? I was very interested in what you were saying. I didn't know a lot
Me
of
I
that.
was as well.
And I appreciate,
too.
I really appreciate that. I love that you've researched that and you knew all of that. That was
Yes.
so
I
interesting.
am Basque. I'm Basque and First Nations combination. I have the combination, that old combination where we went to New France, and then there was the First Nations, and then the British come and they, you know, chase us out again. And I have ancestors that 3 of them made it off the Duke William before it went down, get back to, you know, get put in prison in England. A brother dies to make it out, to finally, you know,
Hey,
get
man.
back to France.
I want to help you.
What?
So I want to tell you something. Listen right quick. Just calm down and grasp yourself. You're being hit by electronic weapons now because you're already frustrated. They're trying to increase the aggression, the sadness.
Right.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you some ideas right now. Okay, you're not alone. Okay, you're not alone. So just relax, mellow it out like meditation. Okay.
You know what? I'm fine. I got what I wanted, and what I wanted was for Barb to mute herself. So thank you. Thank you.
Could you get a pen? Woman who's in need, could you get a pen? Do you have a pen available?
No, I don't have a pen available. I'm very comfortable sitting on the steps outside, looking at my fire pit, just where I am.
She'll have to walk
what
to
I
the
want
office
to do,
to get a pen.
what I want to do is give you a number that you can call. It'll get you some assistance. If you need to get out of the area that you're in, there is a safe house. Hear me. You're not alone. If you need backup,
For me, I've been a whistleblower since I was 20 years old. I'm now 55. I understand what a safe house is. I've already experienced the fine safe house across the river in St. Louis just a few years ago. I am not going to a safe house.
all right, well, you don't have to, but if you get this number, we can come to you and help. There's a few of us a little in certain nucleuses that are getting in the position where they can come to you. All right.
Fine, I appreciate it, but I want you to know reality. When you come to me, you're going to go through and I'm being a little facetious here, but a deputy from Billy Bob, Barney Joe, whatever his freaking name is, you got to get through them first. And ER doctor who says he's ex-Navy riding down the country roads with a freaking shotgun in his car. Now, I'm
Don't
not
worry
effing
about
around.
that, because you know what? You're not alone. And you know what? There's people, we have ex-military also. So don't worry about that, all right? I'm ex-military myself.
Okay, then you come then, and you go face the deputy in a small town that people disappear in, and you go face. I've already tried it. Face the doctor.
I went through that
who
3 years ago.
And that was my situation, so.
And my legs screaming. This is how we do it in the military. It was a freaking ER room. The absurdity of what they are doing is beyond absurd. It is the most evil, sadistic, those freaking Satanists.
You need to lean back on some of that discipline that you learned in the military and collect yourself. And
hey, Cleveland, can you give me that number, please?
Yes.
This is
my
Melissa in
number.
Oklahoma City.
My number is
I'm closer to Melissa.
My number is 346-801-5109. It's 346-801-5109.
Okay, I got it, and I've got it for her
Thank
too.
you, Melissa. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cleveland,
honey.
thank you.
I
I'm
know.
closer.
No problem. Right now, you're on the phone. Right now you're on the phone with STARS President Frank, and also I'm part of a nucleus of another TI that's doing the safe houses, and they're called WIN. So you're in good hands. And that's just a few. There's several leaders on this phone with you right now, and we're here. We're here. We hear you.
Yeah, thanks, Cleveland. That's cool.
Okay, there's several leaders here, and there's several leaders right here on the phone with you.
Yeah.
Okay,
well,
I
we are supporting you.
Like 4 hours, I mean, I'm just closer to that region. It is so
you're
out
close.
in the boondocks. I'm in the worst
It is.
freaking county in the state of Texas.
Okay, you're in Texas, right? You're in Texas. So
Yes,
right,
Melissa,
so
it's
parts
a
of
horrible
Texas.
area.
Is she in Texas?
Yeah, parts of Texas can
Is
be
she in
very
Texas?
strange. Yeah, she's in Texas, but I think
Does
she's in
she know
rural-
I'm in Texas?
Yeah,
Are
I
you in
went
Texas too?
I'm in Texas.
I went to training in Texas.
Yes,
I
I'm
lived
in
there for
Houston.
You're in
You
Houston.
ain't too far from me.
Yeah, Houston. That's where the military control, Air Force control is.
I'm in Houston. So
Oh,
so you probably got a problem solved right there. You make sure you call me.
I'm closer
You're
to
closer to
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma?
I'm closer to what's called I swear this sadism of sadism. What's called the Arklatex area.
Okay,
So I'm right up
just
there.
relax. Because I want to let you
just
know where
opposite.
you are right now. I'm going to tell you what your perimeter is. You're surrounded with good leaders of TI. You're surrounded. You got me over here. You got Matthew. He's in Texas. Matthew. He's the one who hosts. No. I take that back. Matthew is in Oklahoma. Matthew is in Oklahoma, and there's another one I can't think of. It's real close by us.
Wait, Matthew in Tulsa?
Yeah, I think Matthew is in Oklahoma. Matthew is in Oklahoma, and they have their TI meeting in Tulsa in October. But he's got some active things going on currently right now. Also, I spoke with him a few days. I meant to tell you about that, Frank. He might be on the call. I'm not quite sure because I did text him. I'll probably text him right quick and get him on the phone right quick.
Hey, if you could get him on the phone, because I'm in Oklahoma City and they kicked me. I mean, I can't get back on Facebook. They locked my account down.
So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. What I'm going to do, I'm going to leave the call just for a couple of minutes. I'm going to call him right now, and I'm going to get back on the call, okay?
Okay.
Let me find out where he is. Let me find out. He's in Oklahoma, though, and he got some TIs with him. He got some TIs with him already. I'll be right back.
Okay,
I'll be right back. Don't y'all go nowhere.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
We won't. We're gonna talk it down, right? So I know.
Yes,
I understand
I'm
where
coming
you're at.
back on the call in 5 minutes. I'm calling him right now.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. No problem.
I thought it would be better. Even the high pitch frequency was starting to get better, and then it's like they've activated a whole other level of the redundancy. I can't.
Yeah.
I went to an orchestrated.
You know what? Just a second before you talk anymore. Just do me a favor, okay? Because this will help relieve what they're doing. Is just kind of take a deep breath. I mean, we all know to do that, but it's like when we get upset and tense, we forget. So that breathing helps open up our cells. Because when your cells get tense, it makes those frequencies bounce off even harder, and it hurts even harder, even more. So just remember to breathe and just take a few deep breaths. I understand where you're at. Like, I understand physically where you're at. I know that you're in a very rural, backwoods area with a good old boy network that thinks they can do whatever they want to do.
So horrible.
I understand.
They
I
get away
understand. Just breathe.
Oh, man, I've been born in Oklahoma, by the way.
Were you?
Yeah.
I was born in Texas, so there you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
But
you know what? I used to live in Louisiana. I used to live down.
That's where I went to college, and I did most of my years in Louisiana. So I've done the whole region, and I left it. I left at my early 20s. I mean, I knew if I didn't leave then, I wasn't going to live long. So made it, I just got the heck out.
And we should do what they do in Louisiana. They celebrate death. They have a party. We should be doing that.
They would do.
They
do what?
They're having a when someone dies. They have a party. They have a big parade.
Yeah, they do. They do. They have
because,
a party.
that means the person is going to the other side.
Yes.
They
celebrate their life. Yes. They celebrate their life. Yes.
It's a celebration of life. That's right.
Yeah.
That's
it's
awesome.
a circle of life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know what? We're all in this together, okay? We have each other. And for right now, that's good that we can be on these phone calls. And, you know, I don't do this as much as I should anymore, but, you know, I used to do this thing with my kids when,
Excuse me,
you
I'll
know,
be right
people
back.
get all, when I got upset or they are upset, I say, okay, wait a second, stop. Just let's shift this perspective a little bit, because right in this present moment, we're safe and we're okay. I mean, we're getting hit, but I mean, we're alive and we're together on this phone call talking.
Exactly.
So I ask for 3 gratitudes, like 3 things you're grateful for. So right now, I'm grateful for this phone call. Okay.
Yes.
I am grateful that
Gratitude.
Cleveland's going to get us some more help and that we're not alone. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm grateful that even though from our perspective, our nation right now seems to be in a lot of trouble, it's still one of the greatest nations in the world. It really is. And if you talk to Alex, you know, he will tell you that Russia is much worse. And there are many places in this world that are much worse. So right now,
Yes.
I'm grateful that for my nation, okay? And I'm grateful that the world is changing and people are waking up to this, and
Yes.
that this isn't going to last forever. Nothing ever lasts forever. So this can pass, okay? And I'm grateful that we can, you know, share our joys and our sorrows together. And I'm grateful for Elvira. I am grateful that I got to know her. I am grateful that I got to know her before she passed, and she was a remarkable woman. She had a remarkable life, and she carried herself with grace and dignity, and she had a beautiful, beautiful spirit. So I'm grateful for that. And I'm grateful for all the technology and the information we get to share with each other, and we get to use our brains to figure it out. And that's good for us because that's stimulating, and we're not sitting around like vegetables. We're getting to think and use our brains. So that's good too. So those are the things I'm grateful for. Anybody else want to go?
I'm grateful for the TI community.
I am.
I am grateful for all of you. I'm grateful that I have faith and I know that we're going to win. I've been in what I call the freedom movement for over 40 years, and I'm proud of that. And I'm proud of the fact that we are going to win and that we're going to stick together. And actually, we're going to save America. We're going to save our country. That's what I'm grateful for, that we came together. It was an ugly situation. We have endured the unendurable, and we will be remembered in history for that we endured the unendurable. That's what they will remember. And we do have to calm down. I know Bob doesn't understand everything. What you were talking about earlier was you were giving us an anthropological history of why the bloodline was so important. If she went on YouTube, they talk about the same thing, but you were breaking it down and giving us the history behind it. And it made all sense to me because I received communication. I stay in communication with Ireland and what they're going through, and it makes sense. And with the United Kingdom and with other countries. And everybody looked to us because we are the biggest one. And because NSA is on top of this, but they're not invincible. If they were invincible, we wouldn't be talking right now. They can listen all they want to, but they can't stop us. They couldn't stop me finding out about Elvira today. And the lady called me and made sure that I got on, because I told her I'd get on all the TI conference calls. And the first thing I did, even though I was mad as hell, I came home and I got on that call because I wanted all of you out there that knew and loved Elvira, that she had made her passing. And I knew that you probably had some very good information that we need to consider in the fight. And Elvira left us a legacy. And she's going to pull us together. I am very grateful for all of you. I really am. And I'm glad that I met all of you. And we're not going to lose. And I have absolute faith in that.
At least she knows before she left, she knew that she had others that understood and supported her. Or many out there are left like an island. They don't know. And I don't want that. I want to spread the word and let them know that they don't have to suffer alone.
Yeah. No, this lady was loved. Very few people, especially the perps, have love like that. This woman was loved. And to leave the planet as we know it.
I'm back.
And with one
Good.
person in that personality is 100 billion people. All in the universe, there was only one Elvira. Okay, within 100 billion people. 100 billion.
They probably tried to call her too.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, Matthew should be on the call. I just called him. He says he's going to go ahead and call. He's probably on. Are you there, Matthew?
Not
Are
yet.
you there? All right. Yeah, he's on his way. I just got done talking to him. So he's in Oklahoma. He wants to know where exactly y'all at in Oklahoma. To it.
I can't wait to talk to him. I'm excited. We were just calming down and breathing and giving some gratitude. And I don't know if anybody's seen the moon tonight, but it is gorgeous.
It's a full moon. That's why we're all
that's
blue moon.
Right. Blue blood moon, right?
Yeah, it's a blood moon. It is. It's a blood moon.
It's supposed to be
I'm into
a sign of
astrology. And good things coming.
Yeah,
I saw it
good things are
tonight.
coming.
Yeah, beautiful moon.
I'd like to say gratitude. I am grateful for the natural causes in America, that this phone call represents multiple races, multiple gender, and obviously bloodlines. Now that's the America I know.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful that our little microcosm of that whole macrocosm is here with us tonight. Thank you, Renata, for saying anthropology. I'm grateful that I hold a sociology degree from the fine state of Louisiana, which is a lot of anthropology to be known. I'm grateful that you picked that up and acknowledged it. I'm grateful when I got up this morning and sat on the front porch and watched that moon, the eclipse.
Oh, and my name is Vanetta. I'm not Renata. My name is Vanetta, and I'm in North Carolina. Vanetta. Vanetta. Yes, I'm a sociologist.
I'll have to say it 3 times.
And I think this is just to live to see you guys, to live to see this happen. I think it's the greatest gift in the whole universe. So I'm seeing the
we're
awakening.
going to unite. They can't break us up. They want to, and we will unite stronger.
Yes. Yes. And we are seeing the beginning. We are close.
Beginning of the
We're
end
getting
for them.
closer and closer.
Yep.
Yes.
We are seeing some things happen. And I don't know what this MS-13 supposedly happened in LA in the 80s and then went to Long Island. And they're from El Salvador, this big criminal group that's behind a lot of this stuff, I guess.
Yes,
I didn't know until I heard the presidential address, which I really wasn't going to watch last night. But I think a lot of people were inspired. It was a different kind of speech than he gave before, and whoever wrote it was really good.
Because it was positive. Because I did.
Cleveland, did you get back? Cleveland, are you still there?
Yes.
Well, did Matthew make it?
For the lady in Tulsa, or the lady in Oklahoma,
Yes.
are you still there?
Well, she's in Texas, but she's at the border. She's very close.
But there was, take this number down then.
Okay.
And you can let him know I referred you in case something's happening with these perps trying to block calls and block them from coming in. His number, I got his permission.
Okay, okay.
He said, "Who are they?" He said, "Let me know." He said, "Give me a list." He says,
Bless your heart.
Matthew's number is 918
Uh-huh.
892
Mm-hmm.
971.
You cut out.
Okay, I'm gonna say it again.
918
I'm gonna repeat it again. I'm gonna repeat it again. It's 918 892 9671.
9671.
Correct. 918-892-9671.
Great. Thank you so much.
No problem. And you know, he literally had one of the TIs come live with him. He told him get his bags and come. So you know, Matthew, he's pretty fluent. I'm surprised. I know he probably perps don't like the fact that Frank, me, any of y'all, they don't like us talking. You know, they say this evening's like blood moon.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they call it. But I just
blue blood
moon.
Super blue blood moon.
But I just wanted to let you know we are making history because our pain is not in vain, and we're setting platforms.
That's right.
Also, I would like to say I'm very grateful for Frank Allen. I love you, Frank.
I am too.
Yes, Frank.
I love you, Frank.
Thank you so much.
I love you.
Here, here.
Our veteran friend.
Thank you for putting up with all that stuff that you
Thank you.
try to mediate and coach and referee us. So thank you for that. So thank you, Gustav.
Oh, sometimes you just have to vent. That's all.
Hello,
This is the place you do it.
Being human.
Thanks, Frank, man.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Good. You're awesome.
But knows I have.
Anybody hear me?
To apologize to Barb.
Hello.
What happened?
Okay, I love Barb too. She has a resiliency.
Yeah. I will not apologize.
No, you don't have to apologize. Sometimes Barb can be off the cuff.
Oh my goodness,
You know.
Barb, help me, please.
We all have our moments. We all have our moments. I understand her personality. I had a big sister like her.
Hello.
Yeah, I just like to unleash. I just like to unleash the chain on Barb and put her on the perps and give them hell.
I would.
Yes, Bob. He would make him run.
He's the
He
one.
would send him running.
Yes.
He's the one I want to just say, Bob, get him. Just get him, Bob. You get him.
Oh, yes. I would like her down here in North Carolina. Oh, yes.
Be like a
WWE for Perps TI against Perps. Our champion Barb.
Yeah, that's right.
She's our Floyd
Watch
Mayweather.
out.
Yeah, sometimes it calls for a Barb. Sometimes it
That's
does.
right.
Yeah,
Well,
and
the
she
Perps
didn't
called
even
for a Barb.
Yeah. She
I
just
like
didn't
that.
get where you
Alicia
were going with that. That was not her area of expertise. She didn't get it. I understood exactly where you were going with it. And we understood, and some of us were learning and listening, and I've heard it before, and it was good to hear it because I could see the geography in my mind's eye as you were talking about the human trail and what happened along the way. And I think you gave justice to it because the people in Ireland are fighting right now about that. They're catching it. The TIs in Ireland. And in
Poland too. They're getting ready to do a wall-to-wall marathon on their television that's going to go nationwide.
All right. I wish we could go international.
What?
Yes.
So the Polish TI group, apparently they have like some sort of public access television station or something like that. And they had done a marathon, and they're going to do another one, and they had asked several TIs from the United States to send them in clips because they're doing a big TV show about it, that it's going to be aired nationwide.
Yeah.
All right. What do I have my voice to be heard so I could talk to someone?
Go ahead.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Like, I'm really looking for some help over here. I don't mean to be rude, but I've been listening to people for like 30 minutes straight.
What do you
You're
mean?
breaking up. You're breaking up.
Yeah, we're losing.
I don't know. Like, maybe because they're interfering, I don't know, but I really need help.
What's going on?
What do you need help with?
I've been under attack for 5 years. And it all started over Facebook. I have to close down all my accounts because everybody keeps, I have nothing but watchers. And I don't know what to do because I'm a single mother. I'm by myself. I'm all alone. And I don't know what to do. And I don't even know how to talk about my situation because it's just really out of the box.
Yeah, we know all about it.
We understand.
We're, dear,
Out of the box, all right.
yeah, dear single
You're
mom, we're all, you're talking to, everybody here is out of the box. So you're in good company.
Yep.
What's your name?
Yeah.
What's your name?
I'm also been a single mom, and if you need my number, you can call me. This is Tracy. I'm a single mom too, dealing with this with my daughter. And
Your pen, let me get a pen real quick.
Did she say her name was Patricia?
No, it's Tisha.
Tisha.
Tracy?
Trisha.
Yes.
Trisha.
Okay. See, my situation is like this, okay? This is so difficult for me to really come out with, okay? Because of people's belief systems. I don't know what people believe in, and oh my God, I don't even know where to. I don't know where to start. I just
Trisha, if you've been on this call, you know you don't have to explain to us. Okay, we're all TIs, and we all been there, and we understand. We have compassion.
Okay, so let me ask everybody a question. What do you believe when it comes to Jesus Christ?
I'm
not trying to get religious because I don't believe in religion because they are my enemy.
Well, how did you find the call, Tricia?
We try and not really mix religion, politics, and TIs because it's like oil, water, and salt. Just don't get along.
Yes, it is.
Everybody has a different view.
But the most interesting thing about this is,
welcome
I just
to-
want to say the platform that the enemy attacks us on, he attacks us through the spirit. He attacks us on the spiritual level. You can tell by the occultic things that our enemies do. He attacks us on politics with propaganda and slander. All right, those are just the main two of the platforms. You know, that some of the reasons why we are attacked is that some of us, well, we really haven't talked about paranormal or anything like that, but some of these things is part of what the enemy's platform is. You know, we usually don't mix that, but sometimes we just have to get a better understanding, especially in politics, because that's the main arena where they get their power from. See, if you really think about it, they get their power from both sides. They do the politics and they do religion. I think I mentioned this before, that they
That's
try to
how it was
the
in the beginning of time. Remember?
Can I
In the
say
beginning of
something?
time, it was science and there's religion and politics were one and the same, church and state.
Can I say just
That's a good statement right there.
Yeah.
We need to all say we do not consent to being used in any experimental way or in any way, shape, or form, and keep saying that, because they have to have consent, and we do not consent to any of that.
Oh, that's
I
understood.
don't consent all the time, and it doesn't stop them all day long. I do not consent. They still do.
But one thing I can honestly say, most of us TIs, you know for a fact, we ain't no occultists because for the simple fact we get targeted by them because we're not.
Yes, exactly.
Right. Not going to find any Satanists or occultists on this call.
Occultists
And
are the
many
ones
of
that
them are
did this
not
to me.
human.
Unless they're the,
Many of them are not human.
Is there anybody that I could talk to one-on-one?
they're human. They just, it's hard to prosecute an alien.
Not
or a
all
demon.
of them are
They're
human. Not all of them are human.
Is there any way we can get rid of the background noise?
Is there?
There's a heavy breeze.
Welcome, Matthew. Welcome.
I'm sorry, I just had to mute the room. Those of you who were in conversation are welcome to hit *6 and unmute.
Is there somebody that I could
hello
talk
to
to?
Matthew.
Matthew, is that you? Hello?
I was talking. It's me, Tisha. I just want
All
to
right, Hi, Tish.
Sorry,
really
go ahead.
somebody one-on-one because there's too many people talking at once. And for me to get my story out, it's not going to be easy for me.
What you need to do is just take your time. No one will interrupt you.
It's not that easy. Like, it's not. It has to do with my bloodline. All right. All of this happened because of these experiences that I had between when I was 18 years old. There was this lady who gave me a message from God. Okay. I call her a messenger of God. All right, and she didn't come to me in the form of religion because I never believed in religion because of the fact that when I was young, I saw through the illusion. So this woman, she gave me a prophecy is what I would call it. There was a time when she told me I would end up on my deathbed because of something with my stomach and that I would be taken to God. That happened in 2005, January 11th of 2005, which was 7 years after she told me this. I was literally taken to God. Now, here I am. I have this innocent view in life. My mind is very innocent. I don't know the difference between a friend, and I don't know the difference between a foe because of the way that my mind is built. So in 2005, I got into a critical car accident. It had me on my deathbed. I was taken and I saw God. I know who God is. I know where we come up. I know I know who we really are. Okay?
Hold up, we do need to hear this. I want to hear this because it might touch on some of the things that the enemy uses against us. So please let her speak, please.
All right. I know what we are. I know what we really are, okay? Because this life that we live in is such an illusion that it's fake, okay? So in 2009, I got contacted with Facebook. And then I branched out, met a few people, and I shared my experiences with these people. Me, being the person that I am, I don't know the difference between an enemy or a foe. I mean, a friend or a foe. So there was this woman back in 2016 who had, wanted to talk to me on Facebook. And I didn't realize that this woman was against me until I looked back on my messages and I was like, I saw in between the messages that these people were attacking me through remote, I think is what is it called? Remote influence or something like that. And I know I'm being attacked because of the way that I'm living. Like my daughter, not last night, the other night, my daughter wanted to kill herself. So they're not just attacking me, they're attacking my kids too. I tried going back to school. I can't even get back into school. No matter what I try to do, it becomes a dead end for me. And I know it has to do with my bloodline. And I know it has to do with the bloodline of Christ. And a lot of people are not aware of the truth when it comes to the bloodline of Christ. Okay? Because Christ was never a man. Christ was a woman, Mary Magdalene. And the churches were supposed to be under the name of Mary Magdalene, but they ended up killing her. I have so much knowledge in this.
What if you
Can I
told your
interrupt
professors?
just for a second? This is done by men who are perhaps 100 to 500 to 1,000 miles away. It is electronic. I have not heard selection by blood other than very special blood. But like I said, I like to stay off religion if I can, but continue and just try and get to a relevant point that agrees with targeting. And you got the floor.
All right. The reason why I know I'm being targeted, all right, and I understand because I understand your point when it comes to religion. I'm not with religion. I'm against religion. And a lot of people don't know the truth about Mary Magdalene. But that woman is my bloodline. And I was, oh God, this is going to sound crazy. But I was sent, okay, and this is all in the Bible. It's a part of the Bible, the prophecy that's in the Bible in Revelations. When there's a woman who was sent by God or whatever, and it was her who was supposed to free the human race. And this is what I mean. Like, it becomes complicated because I'm alone in this area. Because how do I prove this? How do I prove that I'm the bloodline of Christ? But they know I'm the bloodline of Christ. Because I gave my name along with my family's name to a certain individual. And that individual did not want to tell me anything about my bloodline. I had to discover this on my own when I was being attacked over Facebook. I had over 300 men that were forcing me to have sex with them over Facebook.
Oh my gosh. Are you there?
Wait, I have a question. This is Melissa. I have a question. How did you find Frank's call?
Researching, because I need help.
How did you figure out you were targeted? I mean, what did you...
I would hear, the buzzing in my ear. My hair was falling out.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I want to say this real quick. I understand exactly everything that you're going through. You need to take my number because I know some of the things that you're going through. I know exactly what some of the things you're going through, the symbolism, everything. And yes, I mentioned this earlier on the call, bloodlines are being attacked. Bloodlines are being watered down. I mentioned that earlier. And you could be. I do believe it because Elvira just died. Her father was a king in Africa. So she was a level 5. So what you're telling me right now makes a lot of sense to a discerning heart. You hear me?
Yes.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so you got a pen?
Yes, I do.
Okay, my phone number is 346 801 51. Yeah, I'm gonna repeat it again. It's 346.
Okay.
801.
Okay.
5109.
Okay.
You can reach me anytime. That's my cell phone. It's always on me. I have my cell phone on me because people try to frame me, and when I need to record something, I need to record something. When they're out doing something in the distance, want to blame me, I'm recording myself somewhere way far off, so they can't frame me so easy. So I do believe a lot of what you're saying, and you know what? There's a spiritual aspect of this because you got to think about who is the main leaders. The ringleaders of all this electronic harassment. They're occultic. And they go by signs. I never broke it down, the signs that they go by. I told you one of the reasons why they wanted to get rid of me is because I could recognize their hand signs, their gestures, their body language. I read that. I've studied it. I read it. This is why they say I know too much. This is why they've tried to petition me to join them, and when I tell them no, they threaten my life, and I'm not going to join them because I love Christ.
Okay.
You got a very innocent spirit, ma'am. You got a very innocent spirit, and you know what? The people, evil-hearted, void of heart, they target that, and I'm gonna tell you why they target that. They like your purity. So, haven't you ever seen that they want to sacrifice virgin? The occultic I'm sorry, I was about to cuss. The occultic people want to sacrifice virgins. Did you hear about that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so I can understand what you're going through. So the perps that are attacking you are a little more on the occultic side versus the
What's your source? What's your source?
Yeah, so am mine, by the way.
My turn. I wanted to hear what her targeting symptoms were that Melissa asked about. She mentioned the buzzing in her ears and something else. So can she finish? Can she finish telling us what the symptoms are?
Okay, well, I get the buzzing of the ear. My hair was getting brittle, falling out. Mood swings, like unbelievable mood swings, where there were like days where I couldn't sleep, days and nights I couldn't sleep for like 3 days straight, where I could not sleep for the life of me.
Yeah.
I would feel like, this is going to sound weird, but it feels like there's always something here having sex with me.
You're having electronic rape. That's what you're having. So I don't get that. But how's your job and your finances and your personal property?
Honestly, I don't have a job. I tried going back into school. Everything got messed up. Every time I try to do something to better myself, there's always a dead end. Everywhere, everything that I try to do, it becomes a dead end.
Could I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
I'm actually looking back into schooling, and I was actually thinking about going back to finish up my bachelor's degree and get audio engineering. And it was founding it. Is it possible? What dead ends did you have in the applications? Was it grades? Was it paperwork? Was it because you could get financial aid? What was stopping you actually from getting that? Because technically, by law, even people in prison are allowed to get their degree. Even people like you and me, the average Joe, should be able to go to school and finish our degree. It may make it 10 times harder, but that's because they don't want you there. But if you push yourself towards it, there's nobody that could stop you whatever you want to do with your goals.
That's right. And I did it too. And they made it very difficult for me. Very difficult. But I did it, damn it. I did it.
Okay.
So.
And I hear you. I hear both of y'all. But with my situation, okay, I felt it was like in 2013 where I fell into a situation that I had no choice but to drop out because of my daughter's pickup time didn't correlate to my last class. And I swore to God, I swore on everything that I set all my classes up around her pickup time and her drop-off time. So I had this small loan that I had taken out. When I went to go sign up back for classes, they denied me. So I wrote a letter for an appeal because of my situation and the fact that I do have Asperger's. And they denied me a second time. So I went down to the school myself to speak to the financial aid director, and I explained to him my situation. And then he decided, okay, you know what? I'll just waive everything. He's like, I'll waive it, and you could go sign up for classes. So I was really, really happy. I signed up for classes. My first week going back to school, I thought everything was cleared. I thought my loan was cleared, like waived and everything. I go to see if I could put out another loan so I can get a computer to be able to do my homework. That's when I found out I wasn't receiving the financial aid. I spoke to the lady in the financial aid department, and she gave me these papers with my old address on it. I said, that's not where I live. And she was like, well, this is the address we have in our computer system. I said, But if that's the case, why did I receive 2 letters from the school with my current address? She was like, I don't know. I was like, well, I would appreciate it if you could just go look and see if you could find them. I'll give you some time. I took the papers and came home. When I came home, that's when I found one of the papers that had my current address on it. Since last week, and this all happened last week, since last week, I've been calling for a lawyer. I still can't get a lawyer to help me.
Yeah, you're not going to get a lawyer. Sorry.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
I was listening to Southeast Texas. I was listening to the calls through my own speaker. Like, if you're thinking about going back to school, I mean, it's up to you. Like, they are going to hit you. But if that's what you really feel in your heart you want to do, try to go ahead and pursue it. Like, I'm my own target that's actually in school. I haven't been coming on the calls, but I'm in school right now, taking community college classes at San Jacinto in Houston. And I want to basically send my condolences. I wanted to do that first because I've been knowing Elvira for years before FFCHS turned into PATS. We've been knowing each other since 2005. Like, I've been on and off the calls. I was 25 when I first found out about freedom. I'm like 38 now. And on top of that, I was a Katrina victim when they first kind of like introduced the voice to school and stuff to me. So I still get it now to this current day, along with like the sexual, I guess you call it electronic rape in a sense. But I'm pulling through it. That's all I can do to try to survive. But if you have thoughts about going back to school, like, just try to go for it. Like, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. Like, you want to do what you want to do for yourself.
But they're not allowing me to receive my financial aid. And to me, it's like, I think I deserve to have a lawyer because of the way that I was treated by the financial aid advisor as well. You know, but I also, okay, to also prove that I know I'm a targeted individual is because of certain messages that were between me and this lady who is actually military raised, and her son is military raised as well. And this was all on Facebook when this happened.
So they're recording you and posting it on, like, through Facebook, like through like unsolicited networks, or through the deep web or something like that. Like, they're recording incidents happening, posting it through Facebook, through servers.
I don't understand what you.
Like, there's multiple people looking at you on the camera or something.
Maybe Frank, can you jump in and kind of explain how the technology works?
Okay, the technology is they locate you by satellite within a 5-foot radius. They target you by ground-based radar. They target your brain, therefore having access to every nerve in your body. That is where some of the sexual attacks come from. That's where everything comes from. It's radio-based.
What I want to get down to is, like, they're going to do what they want to do. We can't let them stop us from kind of like living our lives.
No.
I've been living with it since 2005. Regarding financial aid, I noticed, like, with me and my situation, like, by me going to school, like, I went to school in the 90s, and by me kind of like just starting to go back, I was like dealing with the targeted, after the targeting and whatnot, going back. I've accumulated a lot of credit hours, But the financial aid, as far as grants go, have a breaking period. Like if you have too many credit hours, you're gonna have to try to see if you can apply for like a loan, because that loans other than scholarships you'll probably be eligible for. But as far as receiving a grant, like they have a cutoff period if you have too many credit hours.
Right. So did you get have you gotten a job though? See, because what happened to me is I got my degree and I was halfway through my master's, and then boy, man, they knocked me flat down. That wasn't going to happen. And while I was trying to work, I was trying to work, and they made sure that I didn't get paid by my last 3 employers. 3, not 1, not 2, but 3. Like I don't even know what I'm going to do. They're just not going to let me have a job.
With jobs though, like you can try temp agencies, like around around the Christmas holidays and whatnot. Certain companies are hiring, like just do the part-time
I
thing.
worked at a car wash over the summer. Okay, I have a degree in psychology. Like I had certifications. I have all sorts of coding and web design skills. I had 5 headhunters. I was working at a car wash. Okay, that's the only job I could get.
Like any type of job to kind of like get any type of little income in, even if you're working at a gas station.
That's what I'm telling you. Like, I'm lucky I even got the job at the car wash. I don't work there now. I really honestly don't know what I'm going to do at this point.
That's why I believe college advisors. Call your college advisors.
Can I ask Frank a question?
Like before you ask that question, I just wanted to recommend one more thing. Like a lot of us kind of like homebodies do too, like Target and whatnot. There are like stay-at-home jobs. Like a lot of people tend to that have families, like working home remotely. Instead of going into a physical location, you can probably look into something like that, telemarketing jobs, like calling people and having a company set up a network.
Yeah,
through your home computer.
Yeah.
Like little things like that. Just kind of like look around for, because like we're dealing with something where they're going to try to prevent you from working. But if you're dealing with a lot of the game stocking, it's probably good to try to look into something like that, like staying at home and just working from the computer.
My gang stalking's over. I've moved to a whole new level. My gang stalking, I don't get gang stalked. I get I'm at the next. Yeah, a total electronic. People moved in. Like I am surrounded 24/7.
It fluctuates though. It could be one and then before the other though. It's not necessarily the one you said first.
A resolution for the lady who was talking about grants and so on like that and funding. There is certain grants and loans that you can get for schooling. You got my number. You can call me. Other than you just give me a call and I can give you the website and the link to get to it. Okay.
I wanted to ask Frank a question.
Am I still? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. What I was going to say, for the lady who's looking for loans for schooling and grants, you got my number. Give me a call. I have a lot of links for grants that you never have to pay back, and the government will pay you directly, okay?
Okay, I appreciate that.
I used to be personal administration in the military, so I'm good with the paperwork. I can help you out.
No problem.
I have a question. Will they give you those grants? Can you get those grants if your student loans are in default?
Yes. A matter of fact, I'm going to be honest. I know this one person right here where I'm at. They give college loans and grants, so I can help you. A matter of fact, she's the wife of a chaplain friend of mine, and he runs Breaking Grounds networking here in Houston, and he even talks to the mayor frequently. He goes out to the prison. He goes everywhere to talk to people and so on. So yes, I can get you hand-on-hand knowledge by a professional.
So
that
you can
handles
get
that.
a grant even if your student loans are in default?
Yes.
No, if you're in
Yes.
default, you cannot get a grant.
Well, you might get a loan. If it's not a
You
grant,
will
it's
not
a
get a loan or a
contingency.
grant at all if you're in default. You have to clear that up first. By doing that, go down to financial aid in your school or any college and talk to them, and they'll pull all the paperwork up and they'll tell you exactly what to do.
Well, anyway, I got a counselor. It's a counselor, but I don't want to get off subject of what's really going on. I just want to put that out there for you. I just want to put that out for you. Just, you got my number. Give me a call. I'll give you all the information. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, the guy speaking now. Can I get your name and number if you don't mind?
Huh?
Do you mind giving me your name and number so I can give you a call?
I don't mind at all. My phone number is 346-801-5109.
801?
Yeah, it's 346-801-5109.
Okay, and what's your name?
My name's Cleveland. Cleveland, just like Ohio.
I'm Melvin. We're in the same area.
All right, man.
Cool.
All right. Well, then I can get you hands-on. I'll introduce you to the person, and we'll get you some help. But I don't want to divert the conversation. We were talking about TIs and stuff. I do want to share something with y'all about this TI stuff. I never shared it with anybody else before. It might give the lady comfort that felt like she was being having sex with while she was asleep. When they and I never really talked to anybody about it. So I'm gonna divulge it to you. Everybody here is fixing to listen to a horror story of mine that really somewhat wasn't a horror story. I was sleeping in my bed when I was staying in Pennsylvania. This is a true story. And right when the perps was trying to get me to join them, some of them tried to impress me. So my girlfriend at the time had left to go to work, and I'm laying in the bed asleep. It wasn't until later I found out they hit me with chloroform. But I'm sitting there laying in bed, right? And there's this woman get on top of me. I swear to God, I thought I was having a wet dream. And I guess she enjoyed herself, but this is actually a rape case. But actually, she got on top of me. It wasn't my girlfriend. I was laying there in bed, and she rode the shit out of me. I thought I was having a wet dream. I did not know. And but I knew something was wrong when I woke up. When I finally woke up, it was like little bits and pieces in my mind, but they use chloroform. That's the stuff that knocks people out. And it's sometimes used for the, like FBI truth serum or something like that to sedate someone. And they were trying to impress me or trying to entice me to join their group, show me, well, this is our power. This is what we can do. And I swore up and down it was a dream. But I knew something was just wrong because I was a little too damn fed. I know it's not funny, but I mean, I didn't find out until after, obviously with the, I'm thinking the dream, I didn't pay it no mind. I said, okay. I said, I have a wet dream that it wasn't a wet dream, but I know on my door, I would put tape, right? On my
Has
door.
that happened to Melvin too?
No, that happened to me in Pennsylvania. That's where my problems first started. When I first became a targeted individual, I put tape on my door after my girlfriend, my ex, had left, just to see if anybody was coming in my house. So anyway, when I finally got up, I looked at the door, the tape wasn't there, so I knew someone had to have been in there. But I couldn't place it because, the images seemed like it was shadow. The images seemed like it was fake in my head. But they were just trying to show me what power that they had, trying to entice me. So, needless to say, I chalked it up. I didn't pay no mind to it. I didn't think nothing more of it. I thought it was just a dream. It wasn't until later on when they actually came in about a few months later after I turned all their offers down and decided just with the Most High and just to worship God and not go with what they wanted me to go with. They came in again, but this time they came in with about 5 individuals. Each individual, 1 person per leg, 1 person per arm. They held me down, and the 5th person put a towel over my mouth and my nose, and it was the chloroform to knock me out and sedate me. They sedated me. They took me to an unknown location, and they tried to implant me, and I pleaded to them, don't do it, huh?
Can I ask where you were when they sedated? Were you in your bedroom bed?
I was in my bedroom bed. They broke in.
Yeah,
so
that
this
happened to
lady,
me too. That happened to me, but they used anesthesia. I can never say it right anymore. Anesthesia.
yeah, that's part of the family of chloroform. It knocks you out, makes you incoherent. You can't, your whole body, you can't even move an arm. Because I swung at one of them, but they managed to grab my arm, and all my other things. I couldn't figure out what was, when I finally came to my senses, it was a little too late. I swung, the other guy grabbed my arm, and the other one put the chloroform or whatever they put on that towel over my mouth, and I was knocked out. A cab pulls me off. They had a connection with a cab driver or something like that, and they took me to an undisclosed location to embed me with a microchip.
That's really heavy. That's really heavy. That's what ruined me. That's what done me in. But they didn't take me away. I was awake for 5 seconds, and they exchanged some words with me. There was 3 men in my bedroom, and then I was knocked out again. And the next morning, my eyelids were all sore because they put implants in my eyes or my optic nerves.
My nose, you know what? My nose was sore. My nose was sore. It was swollen, and I couldn't figure it out. I was like, man, did something crawl in my nose? Did I inhale something? Or what in the world's going on? And the weird thing about it is, it seemed like that my ex at the time knew what was going on, but never told me. She became an accessory to the perks. And chances are, she probably let him in. I really don't know to this day, but I do know that person didn't have my best interest in mind. Because
your mind, you're building a puzzle in your mind what happened, because it took me like 5 years to finally like bring it all back.
It took me about 1.5. It took me 1.5 to bring it all back, but I was trained for that. And my MOS was 75 Bravo, which is personal administration, and our schooling was attention to detail and memory. So when basically, even though that they almost killed me with the chloroform, because they hit me with so hard of a dose that my whole system I almost stopped breathing. They almost killed me. All I remember, they took me to one of their parties or something like that. This is on another occasion, whatever like that. And all I remember, it's kind of fuzzy, but it was hard for me to remember. And it took me about a year. I would get bits and pieces of when it would come back. I would get bits and pieces, but there was one thing that I did to remember something. When I had woke up a little bit, and I found myself in a place where I didn't know. I said, how the hell I get here? And why my body can't move? It feels like a 100-pound weight on each leg and each arm. I couldn't move. I said, you know what? I said, I'm going to have to remember this. They did something to me, and I might not remember this. So what I did is I scratched my skin for what I could move. I scratched it, put an indentation in myself, huh?
We have to start looking a little bit at the dark side of paranoia. Now, one of the things they do within the first stage is induce paranoia as much as they can. That's why many of you feel that when you walk into a store, everyone's watching you. The guy behind you in the car is a perp. The guy in front of you is a perp. The guy walking beside your car is a perp. All this stuff is paranoia, heightened paranoia, with the addition of subliminals. So they just about got you jumping up and down in a frying pan. But
back then, yeah.
when you start to realize and you calm down and you walk into a store casually and realize that no one in the store is actually looking at you, no one there is bothering you, hurting you in any way, you will start to open your eyes a little bit and realize that paranoia, hypnosis, and MK Ultra are very, very powerful tools when used together. All right, go ahead.
Yes, you're sure right. You're sure right about that. You're sure right about that. Also, there is a tactic that they also use. It's called the broadband. Are y'all familiar with the broadband it's called the dark network that the perps use to communicate with each other and give each other congratulations?
Well, the old-fashioned method, I think, Cleveland, of broadband is the CB radio, like the ones that truck drivers and police officers use. But now they have it on video monitors now.
Can I say something about what the guy was saying about his experience?
Sure, go right ahead.
You guys said that you guys were sleeping. My experiences are both in the dreaming state and the waking state. So I don't just feel somebody having sex with me when I'm sleeping. It's even when I'm awake. Like right now, I could feel a little bit of it. It's like it's a constant feeling that I always get with this, whatever that they're trying to do to me. And the reason why they do this to me is because they want me to be their prostitute.
Yeah, I knew someone like that. I know exactly what you're talking about. They do have microchips that are sexual microchips. I did an investigation. They got different type of microchips. They got the RFID chip. They got the voice to skull. They also got the what else they have?
There's several, Cleveland. I've found like 20 patents dating back to 1972 and 1958 and 90s, 2000s. Now they have what's known, I think what over half TIs are infected with is neural prosthetics. And one of the most popular forms of it are micro neural transponders. And those came out in the early 90s.
And what they do is they go after the pleasure center in the brain. Now, the pain center and the pleasure center are all on the same spectrum. When you feel neither pain nor extreme pleasure, you're operating in the middle. Okay, that's normal living. When you start drifting towards the pleasure centers, they watch that. And likewise with the pain, that's how they learn where your different areas are. But that's
what they do, Frank, but they don't watch it enough because I had 100 times more pleasure before they targeted me.
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at, Marcus.
Hey, lucky you. I wish my person. I wish my person blessed me like that.
I want to respond to what Frank said.
Sure. Go ahead.
Or is trying to educate us on. Also, I want to add to that this is something they also verified and got down to the brass tacks of this type of targeting, and this is the real deal. And it was the torture and everything that was going on, the torture programs. One reason that the full-blown torture report was not released, and it was just a 600-page version, and it's not even in the 600-page version. But one reason that they don't even know how to begin to explain this to us. If they would release that report, it would have had to been explained because that one guy that they never charged who I think had the waterboarding for like 85 times, and just insane stuff. Well, this guy masturbated so much just to try to find some relief from the torture that they were literally afraid the guy was going to kill himself from the amount he was like masturbating to try to relieve that torture, like what Frank is saying. He's trying to find that pleasure center to, you know, untrip that torture center.
I get that too. Like she was saying, the sex rate,
I wasn't
the electronic.
Thank you, Marcus. I was not finished. Because what I'm responding to is what Frank is trying to educate us on. And I'm trying to let everybody know, if they would have released the torture report, none of this would have gotten this far. Because they would have had to explain to the public right then, well, why the hell didn't y'all stop everything when you saw that a human being was about to kill themselves for masturbating? The American Psychological Association would have had to explain it to us.
Yes, you sure right.
Thank you.
Well, I want to say to you that why I try to talk to you about it was that I just turned off my sexual arousal because they try to turn it on all the time, and when I turn it on myself every once in a while, they totally capitalize on it and exaggerate it by, like, you know, doing stuff, or turn it off themselves. So I'm almost giving up on the sex game until I remove their implants out of my body.
Who is speaking right now?
Can I ask one thing really quick? A lot of the targeting and sexual stimulation is because they are infecting us and spraying us with fungus and organisms. And if you get this stuff off your body, and that's a sign of the thinning and losing hair, is they do get our scalp with the biofilm and organisms. The nano, they're worm-like. So you get this off and they can't target you as bad. And I was telling a few TIs, and one took my advice a couple of weeks ago and started detoxing, and he's not being targeted so bad anymore. So he's like, now he's totally into it, and he's, you know, talking, his mom is thinning hair and she has knee pain. And so I think their whole family's targeted, but they don't realize it. And he does realize he's targeted. But if you get this stuff off your body, they'll still try to do things to you or spray you and get it on. But there are quick and easy ways to get it off. And there's quick and easy ways to detect if it's on your body. As simple as ketchup or hot sauce. Louisiana hot
ketchup
sauce.
gets rid of skunk scent, but what they use on the skin, I've heard from TI Association, headed by Gary Owens, is the, like, not the Morgellons or the nanobots, but just these little teeny microscopic things that have things that stimulate nerves that are called, they're in the field of piezoelectricity. Yeah. And that's how they get into the nerves from the outside.
But you can get this stuff off your body and get relief, and that's what I'm trying to tell that lady the lady who says she's in Texas and she can't go to school and everything. If you get this stuff off your body, I think you'll get a lot of relief, and the sexual stimulation too. I mean, they did it to me, you know, and I finally realized what they were doing and how they were doing it. And you get this off your body, you can't do it to you anymore.
Hey, Frank, do you think that they could use a radar ground-based system to do this sort of the similar things that we were just talking about?
Yes, that's the research has brought us to the point where the only way that we can be tracked this accurately is with satellite, because across the country it is seamless. It's seamless. Mm-hmm. So the only way they can do that is with a satellite, number one.
Well, that's
Frank,
location, though. Like, I'm talking about, like, specific nerves in the body, not
you didn't let
location.
me finish. Ground-based radar can carry a signal. Now, the signal I posted on targetedmassachusetts.org, I posted the signal list. It's all the frequencies of the human body. It's 99 pages long. You're welcome to read it, download it, whatever you'd like to do.
Wow.
But
Where can I find it?
targetedmassachusetts.org. It's under
Okay.
the documents section. It's PDF. There's
right.
I'm adding
Hey, Frank?
PDFs all the time. Yes, sir.
This is Al. How you doing, bro?
Very good.
It's been a while. Listen, this is a fact, okay? I don't have the documentation in front of me, this and that. Guys, they don't need to use anything. If they're getting allocated funds if they're embezzling allocated funds from the taxpayer to do whatever they're doing, however they're masking it through whatever name they're putting on it, they don't need to do anything but just use a tracking company. And that's it. They don't need to use a satellite, although a tracking company will use a satellite as far as part of their technology, I would imagine. I honestly don't know because I can't spell technology, but that's all there is to it. They just use a tracking company. That's it, guys.
Can I ask you a question, Frank?
Sure.
You were saying earlier about how they attack the mind, like the brain, right? When they do that, does that cause you to have like severe head pains, like on the right side, and then tooth pain as well?
Yeah, they can attack all 32 of your teeth.
That's what's happening to me right now.
One at a time. Yeah.
Oh, huh?
One at a time.
What did it?
Pick them out.
Oh, sorry.
Left side, right side, top, lower, whichever one they choose to.
Because they always get in my right side. And when my right side is being attacked, like my right bottom tooth, then I feel it on my right side of my head. But sometimes I don't feel the pain on the tooth. I just feel the pain on the right side of my head. Because that's what they target on me the most, is the right side of my brain.
They're not. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, they're not actually targeting our teeth. Our teeth are the beginning point of our channels that run through different parts of our body, and it's a way to access your nervous system. Your entire nervous system runs through your TMJ. So your teeth are connected to different parts. Each tooth has a different connection to a different part of your nervous system and to a different organ. And so if you are trying to target a person's spleen, if you access that tooth area, you can actually damage the spleen because there's a direct channel from that tooth to the spleen, and it goes, every tooth is connected.
I read
And
that.
so-
I read that somewhere too. That the teeth actually
Yeah.
have a metaphysical meaning. There's like, I would relate it to the chakras, which still ultimately
Right.
comes down to the nervous system, like Frank says. It's all related. But
Right. So they're not actually targeting the teeth. They're targeting your subtle body, your chakras, and they're targeting your different organs and different parts of your body. So that's what the targeting's about. And
Well, I think
the
they're also
different
trying to
teeth-
disfigure us. Sorry.
Oh, absolutely. I have been very disfigured. You could put a picture of me 4 years ago. You wouldn't think it's me. You would not think it's me. I'm so changed.
I mean, plus we need our teeth to eat food. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've had them used, ending up with different teeth with infections in them and rotted out and all of that. But that same energy is going through that channel in your body. So that chakra and that organ.
Is there
are
a
also
chart
getting that
somewhere?
infection.
Have you
If
found
you
the chart?
you could Google it, and you could Google something like teeth, teeth and organs. You might get it with that.
Yeah. Okay. Kind of like
But
the ears and the hands and the feet have a map of the body.
Yeah,
So
it's something like.
Huh?
There is a chart.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. What's your name? I'm the one with the school problems. I'm Heather.
I'm Tisha. I'm just new here. This is my first time. Like, I've been targeted for like 5 years, and I know it has to do with my bloodline, but I know that when I get pain on my tooth, it's always my right wisdom tooth. So I don't know what my right wisdom tooth would be connected to.
Well, that's also by your ear. So maybe, you know, sometimes they like to attack me next to my ear, and it actually sinks that area in. They've damaged my face, but I don't really know the answer actually. But they get my teeth too. They've been getting my teeth all day in my head. They gave me like a migraine. They just induced a migraine because they're mad. Actually, because I was talking to Connie. Hi, Connie. They punished me. So I got mad at them, and I told them off in my house here. I was mad. I don't usually tell them off, but they just keep going. But yeah, they've been doing my teeth all day because they do it when I talk about the targeting or certain people that I thought were related to the targeting. They immediately punish me and start going after my teeth, and they go after certain ones, and sometimes they go after whole rows, and it's horrible. And actually last year, sometimes it was so bad that it was like excruciating torture. They were just going after like all the teeth, excruciating torture. Like I actually called the police because
It makes you feel like you're going to kill yourself, right?
That's
I
done
wouldn't
through
say that,
your
but I
pain
mean,
center.
the what?
That's done through your pain center. Okay, they've almost isolated nerves corresponding to your teeth, corresponding to your sexual organs, corresponding to various other spots like your ears, and that's where this stuff is coming from.
I mean, I think there's a lot to what you say. It's just that sometimes when they're doing my teeth, there's actually a mark on the skin right above the target tooth. So I know that they're, you know what I mean? It looks like they're going right through the skin. There's a carving mark. They carve right through there and go right into the tooth and the gums. I'm telling you, it's right there. The marks are on my face. Mm-hmm.
I have marks also, and indentations where they've hit me with weapons. I actually have indentations.
Mm-hmm. I understand the brain thing. Yeah.
Does anybody ever wake up with a lot of bruising or scratching on their body?
Yeah, a couple months ago, I woke up and I sent pictures to everybody. And after I sent the pictures, it's like they healed them or something, because I had like 8 bruises over 2 days on each knee. I had bruises. They were little bruises all over the knees. They were trying to mess up my knees because I was moving my stuff in my apartment. And so I sent it to everybody. I was like, look what they're doing. And my family was like, like they couldn't believe I was covered in bruises on my knees. And so then mysteriously the bruises like really fast started fading. So I think that they can heal remotely, because I'm an energy healer actually. So I know for a fact that we can heal remotely. Healers can do that.
Yes, but
people can do that. It's just how energy works. Anybody can do that if they, really want to. But so I know they can heal with those weapons too. Mm-hmm.
Yes, they could. I was researching on it. If they use weapons like radionics and psychotronics and things like that.
Psychotronics. There's all these words, psychotronics and radionics. Yeah.
Yes. And where you got your bruising on your knees, it's the same place I would get the bruising too.
Oh, interesting. I wonder if it's an easily bruised area. I mean, a couple years ago, a few years ago, well, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, I had a bruise the size of almost the palm of my hand on one of my calves, the back one of my calves. I don't know if it was related, but I'm kind of wondering now. And the doctor was mildly horrified and ordered a whole bunch of blood work on me. But I get them on the knees. I don't wake up exactly with scratches, but they make marks on my face. Like they make little cut marks with the weapons on my face. It's like, looks like laser lines. Even strangers can see them. They go all the way from my temple all the way down to my chin. They're just trying to mess up my face. And they make little holes too. It depends, Today they're mostly doing my teeth. And because they're mad because I was talking about certain people and the targeting, and they gave me the migraine. I was in tears. I was just in tears, just laid out on the floor. There was nothing I could do. I lost the whole day because they just tortured me in the brain and the teeth, But
I know what you're going through, because that's what I was going through too. like I wanted to commit suicide because it was so much torture that they were putting on me. But I was what I did is that I took 12. I think I took literally 12 pills of Tylenol before the pain went away.
Oh. Can I say something? Hi, this is Vanetta. I have a couple of things I like to say. I was in the energy. Hi, Heather. I was in the energy.
Feather with an F, like Frank.
Feather. Feather.
Yeah.
Feather. I'm sorry, because they call me Renetta, and I'm Vanetta.
And there's a Renetta, like Rachel, and then there's you, Vanetta, and then there's a Renata, and then there's Juanita.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But, I was in an energy healing class, and I didn't know at the time I was being targeted. I knew something very strange because I was being followed. And one day when we came to the class, the lady would come up from Virginia and do the class. She was an experienced healer, and she healed herself. She had breast cancer. She had been a survivor for like 15 years. And one Saturday when we had class, it was once a month, there was a camera in the room, and they were trying to see how we were doing the healing. So the class moved, and again, they put a camera in, then we moved again. So they're very interested in energy healing. The lady next door who's being targeted, who doesn't know it, she's an energy healer from Arizona. So they do know, and they are aware how that we heal with energy. And they're particularly interested and targeting energy healers to see how we respond, dealing with chakras and auras, and they're well aware that's something that I do. So I'm in constant battle with them of shielding myself and to go on, to shield yourself.
I don't really know. I don't know many. I mean, I've heard of maybe one healer on these calls besides you right now speaking up that's a healer. Like, I just wish I knew. But even though actually there was one of my teachers.
Can I say something? Okay. Can I say something? Okay, because I know the people are going to chime in that we can talk at another time about
I get excited. I don't really
and I know it's okay, but I want to talk to you one-to-one. We can talk about energy healing and providing protection for your aura and for your energy, how to take your energy back. It's different things that you can do. That's why I survived, and that's why they're so interested in me, because I'm battling 6 of them. And one thing is the meditation, but the other side that I don't talk about is my skills and being in the energy healing community and dealing with people who did Reiki. And another one of my friends was a shaman. He just passed. He was 73 years old. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Is it okay if I say something after you're done? Is it okay?
Okay. And so, Heather, if you contact Frank, he can give you my email. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they know my email anyway. Ain't no big deal. You know, they know my email. It's Vanetta, C as in Victory, ENETTA 397 at Gmail.
397?
397 at Gmail. And my phone number, because they know it too. They know it probably better than I do, because they tried to block me when I went to another phone company to get my number. And they had paid the lady to say that my number was not reputable, but I had been in there 3 days before. And so she knew that something was wrong. But I knew that they had paid her off because I saw her running across the parking lot and talking to one of the gang stalkers. But my phone number is 443-691-1047. That's 443-691-1047. So we can talk about healing a little bit more, because they have a particular interest, and you like to have particular interest in Cleveland because of his skills and his expertise and his history. Why they're after him. But you're energy healer, and they specifically target energy healers because they want to see how how you respond, how well you heal up, and they want to see how it works, because it's taken them a while to beat me down. I'm coming back again because I got a dent in the back of my head, and I'm in the process of healing that right now. Even though I did go and get a CAT scan, I am in the process of healing it myself. And so we can talk at a greater length about that.
Yeah, because we're like when you're healing yourself,
track.
it's not normal circumstances, and I know.
Yes.
I don't know. It's just yeah. So okay, thank you.
Yeah, I want to say something about the healing. I went to the Barbara Brennan School of Healing, and I met
Barbara
someone there.
Brennan.
You know,
Oh my
you went to the Barbara. Oh yes, I know.
Yeah.
Oh, I know about Barbara Brennan.
Wait, please let me complete my sentence.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so I went there and I met someone there that went to the school in Europe. She had schools all over the world, right? She's world renowned for her healing. She takes her school wherever. It's a traveling school. So the woman was telling me, she has a blog even about it, that when she was in school in Europe, she felt some energy, a whole field of energy coming at her. And she realized she did a research and she realized she was being targeted. She found that it was called targeting. And they were targeting the students in the school because they're interested in how the energy, and even though they've been doing that since the 30s, 1930s, with psychics and all those type of folks, they're still doing it to this day. And so they were targeting people in the Barbara Brennan School. They probably do in all her schools. And you know what else? She used to work for NASA. She worked for NASA.
Yeah, I know. Right, and that's the thing is that.
Well, wait, let me just finish that. So they were probably targeting her as well. You know, probably covertly, not overtly where she's aware of it. Where hey, I'm getting targeted, not like that, but they're probably, you're vetting her, like surveilling her, and they know everything that she's doing and what she's thinking and whatnot. So yeah, they never cease to be interested in how people use these kind of abilities, because that's how they're making their technology. I think they got a lot of how to build the technology in the 30s and the 40s from doing research on people that have these extraordinary abilities. That's where they got the information from. They got it from gurus. They went to India. They brought them back here. They did research on them. On Tibetans. I mean, that's what they did. How do you think they know what they know? They didn't just
Exactly. That's why when doctors try to tell me, there was only one doctor, and I didn't tell her. That when this first happened, I had gone to this doctor, and she was just. Anyway, I'll just say in general that if people try to tell us as energy healers that we're crazy because we're talking about energy weapons, it's completely nonsensical. It's absolutely ridiculous for them to say that, because we're experts in electromagnetic fields. We work electromagnetic fields with our hands or however we're doing it. And so it doesn't make any sense. They can't tell us that, with any validity whatsoever. You know what I mean? Because we know we're sensitives, we're energy sensitive. We know when we're being attacked by a frequency. I knew when I was being attacked by frequencies years ago before the overt targeting, but I didn't know what was causing it. I knew it would happen when a certain guy would pass by me. I just didn't know exactly how. I didn't know much about the weapons, so I thought it was him or some kind of a demon, but I knew I just break it down to a frequency. But yeah, and I do my face. I do face work, so I transform the face. So the work that I was doing was obvious on my face, so my face was morphing from week to week. So every time certain people saw me, a lot of times I would be looking different. But I'm trained in it. That's what I do, and I'm good at it. And I don't deserve to be tortured and punished for it. But I do know that throughout history, they've done this to people who had abilities. I don't know.
They're gaining knowledge by torturing you. That's what they're doing.
I'm sure they are. Yeah. I'm sure they're mining my brain
and work. Yeah, they're mining your brain, such as mine. And
my aura,
and my next door neighbor went to the Barbara Brennan School of Healing, and she was targeted from Arizona, where she was doing healing, and she was doing, I think her targeting began in Miami, Florida, because she was teaching healing in Miami, Florida, but she got really sick and developed fibromyalgia. As I listened to her tell her story, I realized a lot that she was a target because of that ability. And they keep hitting her right now. She's next door. She has fibromyalgia. She had the flu. She's had different problems. She's had a flea infestation, and she keeps coming back because she also has the crystals. And but I'm gonna stop talking so somebody else can get on. But we can talk
we can
later.
talk later. Yeah.
This is very it's interesting.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
no, it is. It's just oh no, you were talking about when I think I piped up or one of us piped up. So about your teeth, I believe. I was just trying to get back on what we were on, so I didn't permanently interrupt you.
About your teeth, Tricia, I would advise you, as Frank said, to go and Google it, okay? And about what relationship is going on with your wisdom teeth, because they are connected to the nerve center. So you need to Google it and see what is going on. But also you need to learn about shielding your head when you're at home, because you're aware that they're doing this. Different things they can talk about shielding, okay? Because you need to shield yourself.
What I did is that I bought copper wiring because I know copper wiring from and it protects your body from I think it's called EMF.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. What I did is that, like, I made a headband out of it, and I put it on, especially at nighttime. So that does help with the pains that I feel or whatever. But that's not the only thing. Like, I know one lady was saying, I don't know if it was you or somebody else, how she's becoming disfigured. Like, she doesn't look the same anymore, that she has the picture from 5 years ago, and she don't even look the same now. That happened to me too. Like, I lost so much weight, it's not even funny. Like, my skin is not I think it first started with a bad acne breakout that I had that was in the form of acne. And then ever since then, I have nothing but really bad, severe scarring on my face. I lost a natural light in my eye.
Okay, it's two things you need to do, okay? Number one, as Connie said earlier, you need to detox, okay? What I do every day, and I've heard this not only from Connie, I heard this from the energy healing community too, from a friend who was a Vega, and he went to India to study. He used to advise me to take a bath in Epsom salt and baking soda, and to detox your body, to get the toxins out. If you don't want to do that, you take showers, you wash yourself down with baking soda. Some people use also activated charcoal, and then you take the soap and you rinse very, very well. But you have to do this every day, and about every other day, 1 to 3 days, you soak your feet, because everything, the feet is very important. As Connie said earlier about rubbing hot sauce or ketchup on your feet to see if you get the grit, you can pull the toxins out by soaking, because you're being constantly bombarded. You need to pull those toxins out of your body. So that's why Connie says detox, detox, detox. It's a combination of therapies that we do to keep ourselves healthy. Also, since you're aware of EMF, there are supplements that you can take to help you, okay? And supplements, vitamin supplements. Okay, it's called Noni, Noni. I got a cabinet. Yeah, I got a cabinet full. Okay, let me open my cabinet. Okay, Noni. Okay, and turmeric, 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 cumin, CURC. It's one. It's a complex. Turmeric, cumin, CURCUMI. Okay, and also I take a combination of a calcium, magnesium, and zinc.
Okay.
Right? Okay, I take omega-3. That's for the fatty oils. That's for your heart. That's for your skin. And the
price of COQ's gone down, and the other one for the heart. I was just mentioning that real quick. Go ahead.
Okay, and also I had this Chinese herb. I threw the bottle away. Oh goodness, it's a real long word. Start with an A, but those I have few just to get started. Also, 2 more. Okay, that you can buy is organic spirulina, spirulina. Is there's a Trader Joe's around? They're usually less expensive, or Vitamin Outlet, and if nothing else, you can order them off of Amazon, or you can go to EMS Best Health online, and they will tell you what to recommend, what to do, to take the vitamin supplements also. So when they hit you, the different radiations, to keep the DNA and the cellular structure together and not to turn into cancer. Turmeric is really good for preventing, because they even get at the people who are in chemotherapy. And you can put it on your food because it comes in capsule form, or you can take it. But look at the supplement side, look at the energy healing side, and also being very positive and start getting into a positive, because that's very important. As Feather would tell you, that your state of mind is very important also, to have a positive state of mind. And no matter how much I fuss, I meditate 2 hours a day, because I know I need to get the poison out of my mind, out of my spiritual being. Whether you meditate or whether you pray, to cleanse yourself. This is not a spiritual call. You can go that on Renata, or you can go to Marion or Middleton Black. They do the spiritual part, but it's a whole program. It's a connection. When you talk about whole health, there's a definite connection between mind, body, and spirit. Okay, and there's a connection between the 3 of them. And so that's how you become healthy and continue to combat this.
And regenerate yourself too. If you've been poisoned, the supplements have helped me regenerate 20 times or more. Really, they have.
Yes, they really do work. They really do. As the gentleman just said, I'll be truthful with you. I'm 66, but I look like I'm about 50. I've been taking supplements for years. Okay. And I'm into energy healing. And even with all this going on with me, if you would see me, you wouldn't believe it. Okay. Because I don't look like it. You know, I don't look beat down. And I know that's why they keep coming at me. Yeah.
I think that might have been why they were so excited to come after me.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
That's what you're saying, because I'm a healer. Oh, they were excited. They were thrilled.
Oh, yeah.
They were looking at me like they hit the jackpot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
No, that's my property, and you know what? The techniques that I use are proprietary. We're not allowed to just teach them to anybody. You have to be trained to teach them, and I don't even think they teach it anymore. So they're just, it's theft. If they're trying to learn all this, they're robbing me.
You know, they're gonna take them from you, most likely. They took every single one of my abilities away from me. I mean, every single meditation, every single prayer.
Well, no, they don't. They haven't taken my nature or my ability. You know, I still do what I do, but I'm saying that just for them to learn something that I didn't share with them voluntarily, that's intellectual property theft.
They haven't taken my ability to meditate.
Do not care about that. They're watching your head on a screen. They're looking at what parts of your brain light up. This is weaponized neuroscience. That means
I understand that.
For neuroscience. So
also with the meditation, you can reconnect your brain synapses. I'm aware that they're looking at me, but I don't let them break my meditation. They may try to call on the phone. They drop stuff on the ceiling on my head. They do direct energy hits at me, but I don't stop the meditation. I meditate 2 hours every day without fail, because I know that's the ultimate weapon. As my acupuncturist told me, there's nothing that tops the metaphysical. Nothing. Okay. And that's what goes back to faith. Yeah.
They are connecting. They have your brain and your body connected to equipment, and they are watching how you do your skills. That's what they did the first 2 years. They just studied and studied and studied and studied. And if you know Barbara Brennan's work, then you know that she talks about manifestations coming through our central channel. Well, they know this. So they're putting crap in your central channel. So your manifestations will change over time. Anybody who knows Barbara Brennan's work needs to go review what she talks about manifesting through your central channel.
Wait, I'm sorry. It's just hard to understand you. You're so hoarse. You're talking about Barbara Brennan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about Barbara Brennan. I'm hoarse, unfortunately, from weapons. But Barbara Brennan talks about manifestations coming through your central channel and how that connects into your chakras, but I won't go into it. But basically, they are filling your central channel.
Your Sushumna. And your what?
Yes. Yes. They are putting crap in your central channel so that your manifestations start to degrade over time. And they sexually stimulate us because the
I'm not
sexual
sure to believe that
stimulation.
because I don't, I don't know. I think I'm okay, but I mean, I understand maybe they'll do that to some people, but
I think I'm okay too.
I'm not.
I understand what you're
I
saying.
understand what you're saying. I don't want to. Maybe they do that to. You understand? I'm not. There are some things that I'm not going to be. What's the word? What's that Christian word? I'm not going to confess that. I'm not going to confess that.
No, I'm not going to accept
what you're
that.
saying.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm not going to accept that with the
But I didn't know that
meditation.
they tried to do. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because they tried to break my meditation. But that I understand, but I don't believe that. Okay, but I believe that the meditation is really what keeps me on point. Okay, and I really believe that I'm with Feather. I can't accept that. I'm aware of what they try to do, but I'm also aware that the meditation and there's things you can do to protect yourself, and there's things that you can do to put auras around you and protective lights, a white light protection around you. And you can pull your chakras back down, and you can work with your chakras, and you can cleanse your chakras, because we know the difference between us and the general population.
We can cleanse our central channel. We can work on all that. But I mean, I don't meditate, but it is true, Vanetta, that the meditation it just improves everything. It makes you younger. It improves your growth hormones, all the neurotransmitters. I mean, everything. It's just really amazing. So,
but you're in the energy healing, so that works with the chakras, and some people don't meditate with the chakras, with the auras. So even though they're trying to, and we can even learn to take their energy, and sometimes they don't, and they're probably going to stop now, because I take their energy and I use it. Okay, I use it.
Can I ask a question?
I use it.
Your positive. You can make it reverberate somehow.
Yes, you can take that negative energy and I turn it into positive energy and make it work for me, and turn it into healing energy and make it work. Yeah. But it's a mind thing also. You got to believe it, because thoughts are manifestation. That's an important part of it too. Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, hello? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I think about energy exchange.
They just hello.
Hello. What do you think about
what? It just
energy exchange.
They just cut me. Energy exchange.
Taking your energy, whether it be your love or your and exchanging it between another person.
That happens all the time between people. I mean, energy exchanges. Every interaction with people is an energy exchange. Even if you're not directly interacting with them, you'll be having energy exchanges.
I'm talking about, maybe that's not the correct word I should be using. Like, it's more or less like, okay, the way that I feel now inside is not the way I normally feel. Like, I always had this abundance of love and light within inside of me. I don't know what they did, but they did something to switch my energy between me and another person.
Oh, okay. There's a lot of, you believe it's a specific person. I've read years ago, somebody told me something, and I'm just saying this is what I was told, okay? And this person was ex-military, and they told me, well, I don't know if I should repeat it.
Please, I need to know, because they
said no. I don't believe that. It doesn't sound like that's happening. I'm not about to try to tell you that's what's happening to you. But there are lots of things that can be that people theorize that can be done. They're exchanging parts of one human and unseen parts of one human with the parts of another human. So like, I've heard that they can swap souls, but I read something else though, that they can, what is the soul? You know, that's a whole discussion. Is it your mind? Basically, probably, you know, a large part maybe your mind, your consciousness. But and that's one thing that theoretically future clones are not going to have a soul, unless theoretically you put a soul in, you know, somebody's spirit in them. But I read somewhere though about the thing that they can, I forgot the word, but that they can put someone's consciousness into someone else's, oh gosh, I can't remember. But I think I read it. I think it's out there somewhere on YouTube is what I'm saying. It's not just a random idea that I heard of from some person.
Yeah, it's called it's called a walk-in. It's called a walk-in.
Yep. But
that's
is it
That's
Trisha,
exactly.
the thing.
It's called a walk-in. It's a metaphysical where they can transfer consciousness of one person into the other person's consciousness. We're
Okay,
getting
there
really
you go.
off the track. It's called the walk-in. Okay.
But Trisha, if
I'm
you're
in a
just feeling
special
different,
elite group. I'd like to say something about this.
Mhm.
I'm in a special elite group, and it's called Women Who Shrug Their Shoulders with Goats. Have you heard of this group?
No.
No.
The direct counterpart to Men Who Stare at Goats. And we're a special elite trained group, and we can tell you all about psychoenergetic work. Now, I have a question for Frank. Frank, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
I just wanted to tell Trisha one thing eventually, but after she's done, about to finish answering her question. Go ahead.
So be quiet, then I'll continue. Frank, are you aware on the Stargate program?
That's kind of rude.
And are you finished? Are you finished?
Oh, I just thought it was kind of rude, ma'am. I wasn't trying to.
Aggressive about it in your healing
I'm not
work,
being
or are you
passive aggressive. You're just being blatantly aggressive because
Take your healing
I just
and bring it down and center it inside of yourself.
No, I don't need to. You're being patronizing, and it's kind of rude. All I said was politely I was actually acquiescing, and I was saying, go ahead. I just want to put it out there that I would like to say something to Trisha before we're all done. That's all.
Now you just pull that passive aggressive energy you got down and heal
It's
it on
not
down
passive
into your
aggressive. You're
core.
talking down to me, and you're trying to take power over me. And if you know
be
energy, you know
quiet.
exactly what you're doing. And I don't appreciate.
Okay, let's start from square one. Back off, cool off, and start again. We're all friends here. We're all very close here. We're a family here. Remember that.
Right.
Go ahead.
Frank, is this strange to think that this is just another smokescreen?
What do you mean?
Like, what I mean is just another AstroTurf or another Fugazi, another fake, basically. Is it strange to think that? Because I think that about everything now.
Oh, brother.
Why, oh, brother? I don't.
Could you qualify that?
I'm sorry?
Could you qualify that? In other words, what are you talking? In other words, the whole aspect of what's going on is sort of like which part is a fake?
No, I'm talking about just this whole conversation is a possible
Well, I keep trying to remind everyone that the human body is just about 99-point-something% water, or very close to that. And it's a full moon, it's a blue moon, and it's a blood moon. And it's going to make everybody either in a very good mood or a very bad mood. Now, personally, I think you should take a look at that and take that into consideration. And
you're absolutely right. It does have a lot of effect, just like it does on the tides. Think about it. It brings in the tides. It makes the tides go out. It affects the wildlife in the sea. It affects animals. It affects all of us.
yeah, so just resume where you were, pick up your conversation, and roll with it.
It's supposed to be the sign of something good, from what I understand.
I guess what I meant by that, what I meant, I don't know, I just can't believe how hard it is for me to just find other people that are going through the same thing that are willing to work with me to try to, just build better lives for each other.
Well, you just started. It'll take you a while, but you'll find hundreds of people.
Yeah.
Starting right.
All I need is like one or two.
Yeah.
Like just to kind of keep me mentally in check while I do what I have to do.
You can call me anytime you like. And I'm in
Frank,
stage
good person,
4
he's solid.
routine. And chances are, if you're there, I've been there. And I like to talk to people that are possibly a step beyond where I am, so I can learn where they are.
Mm-hmm.
But I really haven't found anybody. Angel just signed in a couple minutes ago. He's probably just about where I am, I think. And there's a few others who are just about in the same place. But, yeah,
I'm actually looking forward to, Alex wanted to meet up and talk. I'm forward to meeting him up in the city.
That's a good idea. It would do you both good. Because
he actually seems pretty educated. I could tell just by, the few sentences he said.
Yeah, for sure.
If for nothing else, his life experience, which is worth trillions in terms of what you know and your perception of things.
Honestly, even if I wasn't going through gang stalking, it would be pretty awesome to talk to a 63-year-old ex-Soviet.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. There's so much
no, I mean,
to share.
Just the way he just denounced that system and just praised that, it's still possible for freedom to happen in the United States. That was really meaningful. And then, those are the exact words I would have said, 4 years ago, like when it first started, and I should be saying it right now.
Yeah, this is a real tough thing we're doing. And
Frank, give us your phone number, please.
Sure. 508-857-8334.
Okay, I have one more question.
This area?
I have another question. Is Melissa still on the call?
I am not sure. Melissa, are you still with us? Apparently not.
Okay, thank you.
Frank.
Yeah?
Frank, wouldn't you say that a lot of spiritual groups are involved in gang stalking? Like, basically, the group that did this to me was spiritualist. Like, just talking about sound healing and all that stuff is completely, causing a PTSD reaction in me. And I also looked up the different groups, the main groups that do gang stalking, including the government, military, spiritualist groups, Scientologists.
Oh yeah, big time.
Well,
where does the spiritualist groups fit into the gang stalking? Like you guys are talking about using spirituality to defend against it. Well, these are the people that put me in this situation. If I never knew a spiritualist my entire life, I probably wouldn't go. I probably wouldn't even be involved in gang stalking.
What they're talking about is a state of mind.
No. I understand it, the occult thinking and.
Oh no, actually no. They're not actually talking about a cult. They're talking about a metaphysical state of mind. You can actually protect yourself from all this by simple psychology. You can build a firewall in your mind and to your subconscious, which can, by the way, do no wrong. Your subconscious.
No, but they were also talking about crystals and spirituality to heal from this, not just the simple meditations.
No, they've been doing it for thousands of years. So it kind of goes hand in hand with hypnotism. But what I try to say is this is coming from machines And
Absolutely.
you have to make
Absolutely.
yourself physically strong and mentally strong to cope with it. And that's actually what they're doing. So you can't. Some people are very metaphysically charged, but I will tell you one thing: we are all here for a reason. And what I'm trying to say is, we are the ones who are aware. The rest of the country is not aware, but they will be.
No, but even that, like I tried, last year when I was hitchhiking around California, I was trying to like talk peace to the group that started this shit with me. And, they say the same things, that they're the only ones that are aware of what's going on, and they're the only ones that know, and yet they put this horrible program on me. And, they call themselves the children of the light,
Right.
So basically, like, we talked about the Rainbow family, and somebody even said they knew about the Rainbow family in this group. Anyone?
That was Monday night, I think.
Yes. It's a spiritualist counterculture group. And they pretty much talk about the same kind of mantra of knowing this or that and being children of the light, and the people that have the ultimate understanding, and basically the good versus evil, and they're the good. Even though they put this on me. That would make me evil.
Excuse me, 22. What you have to understand is, this is like a hypodermic needle for us that we just shot at the perps, because they're addicted to this now.
Mm-hmm.
They can't get away from it. So what they have done is, we'll say this satanic group or cult or whatever you choose to call it, buys this program, buys access to, we'll say, the site on the dark web, and they dial into your self, we'll call it.
Yeah, that actually makes sense.
So it's a cult that bought a box. How's that? Makes it even simpler.
Yeah, I got it.
Dark
but the
occult
thing is,
people will say that they're good people. Like, I know who my perps are. My perps are Native Americans. And they're Native Americans that people believe received the transmissions from the last shamanic person we had in our area. I come from an area where there's a lot of Native Americans. And these men are considered the recipients of this really good man's work, but they're not. These men are dark occult, pretending to be good people. So your group could have actually been dark occult, masquerading as good people, and you just didn't know it, trying to suck people in, because that's what this group does. They suck people in, and the next thing you know, part of my town is targeted. And I could tell, because I'm an energy person, that these people were targeted. I could see the targeting before I knew what a TI was. I could see people in my town being taken over, and I didn't know who was doing it. But if you're an energy person like Feather or whatever, you can see it. But you might have just gotten caught by a group that actually is quite demonic. You just didn't know.
Like even me, I don't really have too much spirituality at all. And somebody said they're being targeted because they're a healer. Why would these people target me? Why didn't they just let me slip through the cracks?
People are targeted for many different. People are targeted for many different reasons. One of the reasons, spirituality. Yours may be a different targeting. You were caught in a demonic cult, because when we talk about spirituality, actually has a wide spectrum. Satan is they're spiritual. So,
there was many tourists. There was many other travelers and many tourists at that demonic cult that didn't get targeted. Probably, like why me? Like what I'm saying, there was other people.
That's something you're going to have to figure out, Bob, and stop and figure it out why you were targeted. A lot of us don't know why we were targeted. We can make a few of us do know. The rest of us can make educated guesses. I can think of 3 different scenarios that I may have been targeted from. But as yours in the spiritual group, a cult, people get caught in cults because they really don't have a destination. They're like blowing in the wind, and they love people that they think that don't have a destination and not grounded, so they can pull them in to the cult. Because the difference in spirituality, what we talk about is energy healing. Our whole purpose is to set you free. We don't want to control or dominate you. We don't want anything from you.
The cult says the exact same thing.
I think that they also think that, though.
Yeah.
I think
they do think that. They say, we're not your parents, we're not the government, we're not trying to control you.
But they won't.
They say the same thing, and you guys
say, I'm not. Will you let me finish? I understand that. I heard you the other night. Okay, just let me finish for a moment. But I'm not trying to take you anywhere. You can believe me or not believe me. I'm not trying to take you anywhere. And the one thing about people truly in the spirit, the betterment of the human beings, you let them go. They stay, they go. And on top of that, we usually don't run in cults. We out there in the rest of humanity. We don't have a need to feel the domination of other people to make us strong. We can stand on our own.
Is Feather still on here?
Yeah. We can stand on our own. And that's the difference.
Is who?
Feather. I want to talk to that girl, Feather.
Feather. Feather. You still on here? I don't see.
And I can get her back. I'll get her back on.
Frank?
Okay, I'll stop talking. This is Vanetta. I'll let Feather talk because she comes from a different, we're both energy, but she comes
I'm here.
from
I was
different
muted.
Okay.
I was muted.
I want to know if to take my number down.
Okay, sure.
It's 978.
And maybe that's better. These energy talks can get really involved and feel like a side trail, but okay.
Yeah, she's really good at that. Heather's good at this.
It's a rabbit hole.
What's your name?
All right. You ready?
What's your number? Sorry, yeah.
978.
Yeah.
55. Oh, wait a second. That's right. I changed my phone number. Hold on. I almost forgot about that. All right. It's oh goodness. Just bear with me. I know I typed it in my friends. Oh goodness. Oh, not that one.
Frank? Would anyone know what karmatic sacrifice means?
What's it called?
Karmatic, karmatic, like karma, sacrifice. Karma, sacrifice.
Karmatic sacrifice?
Karmatic sacrifice?
What's your name? The one that's talking about the cult?
Bob.
It's a new term that came out with this whole hive mind cult, which I'll call that a cult.
Not familiar.
And it has to do with Satarian Cube gang and all of that stuff and the Mossad stuff. And it's a rabbit, what it is.
Well,
it's a what? What was the last part?
Suicide is against the
rabbit
law.
hole. It's a rabbit hole.
Suicide.
Yeah, that's what they keep saying to me. They keep saying to me,
Suicide is against the law upstairs and downstairs.
I'm ready to give my number.
Yes. Okay.
It's 978-751-2054.
Okay. Sure.
All right.
We can talk to you.
If you want to call me now, you're more than welcome to.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Did you in? Is it Bob?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, what context did you hear that brought up in that terminology? What kind of
they've
group?
been saying it. They've been saying it for about 6,000 miles now.
Who's they?
The rainbow people?
The rainbow people, the spiritual people, the internet people, pretty much anyone my age that somewhat liberal.
Like some of these metaphysical
I don't know.
groups, or
no, like you've been to Northern California.
Yeah,
was it brought up? Did they bring up
I'm
the
sorry?
concept of the Saturn cult and all of that? Is that talked about in that?
Well, it started in Hawaii at a cult called Cinderland, and that they're affiliated. You know, all these cults are affiliated with each other. The Rainbow Gamma, the Sisters of the Rainbow. You know, they all pretty much know each other, and basically, yeah, they keep saying the rabbit hole and the karmatic sacrifice, like something about if they put all the bad into me, then all the bad leaves their lives. And they also said it's because of a past life. I was bad in my past life.
Oh, no.
They just
sounds like a mind control cult. It's
That's a mind control. That's a bunch of
like earlier when someone brought up
but even even today,
kind of mentality.
No, yeah.
You brought up
Yeah,
something
you
about
know,
the language earlier. It's the same vein of thought.
Yeah. Bob, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you. This is Vanetta. That's a bunch of bullshit, okay? That is, man, this is like Jim Jones revisited. You know, the guy who got everybody to drink. Got everybody to drink the Kool-Aid, and I was saying,
could you guys
with him? Okay.
Could you guys look it up? Like, it's called Cinderland, Big Island, Hawaii. Just look up the video. It's on CNN. Just tell me, what do you guys think of these people? Cinderland, like Cinderella's. Cinderland. Cinderella with a C.
So like cinders. Okay.
No, it's derivative of Hawaii. It's
You could actually look up on the Justice Department.
Interesting.
Go to the Justice Department. Look at the branch that deals with the cult. You can see who comes up there.
No, that's the problem. Is you know, I learned this later on. I didn't realize this at the time. The island I was on has like 3 of the top 10 towns where they put FBI witness protection people. Even my friend, his mom is witness protection. I didn't even know it.
They put them in Cinderland?
No, they put them in Pahoa, which is about 20 miles away, Ocean View, which is about 40 miles away, and Hilo, which is about 50 miles away.
Yeah, Hilo, Hawaii. That's a small little island.
What? How many islands are in Hawaii?
Is that?
There's like 7 or 8 islands, but the Big Island's the most raro and the poorest and the biggest.
Honolulu?
Maui?
I know someone that drowned on Big Island. I know someone that drowned on there.
What part of the Big Island?
Maui or Honolulu?
Okay, that's a completely different island, guys.
Oh, Big Island, I don't know what part he was on, but he drowned, supposedly trying to save someone, but I'm wondering if he was a TI now. This is kind of weird.
Was he a surfer?
I don't remember, but he had, it's a long story, but the tide was high that day. The waves were really dangerous, and there was a warning, but he tried to save somebody. They said, you know, I don't know why he was out there in the water, why they were out there on a day like that, because there was, you know, a danger warning. So I don't remember if he was a surfer, but he jumped in.
But was he like a hippie or no?
Huh?
Well,
excuse the term, but was he like a hippie?
I can't understand what you said. What'd you say?
Oh, I said excuse the term, but was he kind of like a hippie? Does you know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Natural.
How you? What?
Was he kind of like a hippie? Did he have long hair and?
I don't understand what you're saying. Oh, hippie. Oh, some people might call him that. He was, you know, he was in some sort of It might have been like a community situation. You know, they would have like drumming nights and stuff like that.
Course. Yeah, that's the people I'm talking about. Those drum circles and.
What? Yeah. Wait a minute, because I thought there was something weird about his situation. He left Minnesota. He went out there, and he was involved in our journalism stuff, sort of. And
I just want to point out, Hawaii has the most missing persons of any state in the country. What happens is, it's not that they go, well, sometimes they do, but what happens is usually, these people go out there with all these dreams and all these idealisms, and they join, these groups to help people, and the group turns out to be a cult, and then they change their, name and become a zombie of the cult for the next 50 years.
There was more to the story, but I feel like he was, I don't know, he was getting real spiritual, extra spiritual. I don't know if he was, he got more that way when he went out there. He was trying to spend time.
Children in Minnesota 2 or 3 years ago, I was worried it was gang stalkers targeting me that made them disappear, mostly like from 18 to 35, and like actually not really any children, but there's some missing children too, still stories up here in Minnesota.
Oh, Jacob Wetterling. That's the only one I know.
Yeah, that one. We found the guy that did it 25 years later.
Yeah. Huh.
Miss, what were you saying about your friend in Hawaii?
Oh yeah. Sorry, I was stuck. I don't know. It's just a weird situation. I don't know if I should be talking about. I don't know if this call is recorded and put online, but there was a few weird things about his situation, and he was getting super spiritual. I mean, super spiritual, and then all of a sudden it's like he was on a high, and then he's dead. And it was just kind of I don't know, but I mean, it could have very well been an accident. You know what I mean? That he was on a spiritual high and he was excited and he went out to the water or whatever they were doing out there in the ocean, and and being the big-hearted person that he was, which is why I even talked to him. They said he saved someone. The other guy lived and he died. So I don't know, but there was
There's not that many accidents in Hawaii. They literally know who lands off the plane when the wheels hit the tarmac. Like it's one of those places.
Right.
The truth is, I'm lucky. Like even though like my life got destroyed and I went to jail and everything, like I'm kind of lucky to be alive and back on the East Coast. Like
yeah.
Usually once they target you in Hawaii, you're either gonna end up in a mental institution dead or locked up for 50 years. Yeah, I think they didn't. They kind of tried to really screw me over with the courts, but luckily I have family that got me the hell out.
Okay. Yeah, I'm glad you're okay. There's
even this one.
To me, I think there's a lot of groups out there, honestly, that prey on like new age kind of trend, and that want to spread this love message. And I mean, it's even in the Bible. The devil comes as an angel of light. I mean, but it's just the thing. And I noticed there's a lot of it sounds beliefs out. There's stuff that that some new age material I've come across that sounds like they're just promoting lies and deception, and they're just kind of ignoring basic spiritual truth. So anyways, but I mean, it's good you got out of it. But any group can be spiritually abusive.
He was saying
Wow,
it was targeted by.
I don't know. I'm just talking about missing children, and they caught the guy that kidnapped Wetterling 25 years ago, about 2 years ago, and that was the same time that all these other people from 18 to 37 got kidnapped and murdered and run over and stuff. And I heard Voice of Skull where they gave me hints that they were going to do something on such and such road 5 years before from now, like Voice of Skull, where they were saying what highway number it was and the name of the town where they would do it. And then eventually it happened a couple years later. So you got to listen sometimes to that weird Voice of Skull when they have you on the fence, scared. I mean, not on the fence. I'll never be a gang stalker ever. I'll kill gang stalkers, but
who is this again? Who is the last person in the dog?
I'm the team captain. I'm the team captain for the Chicago Bears.
Marcus is being silly. But Marcus, we shouldn't have the violent talk doesn't help us.
Yeah,
my
not even
opinion.
kidding around.
I got the joke,
Yeah,
but
so
who was that?
Marcus, by the way, I know a lady from Minnesota that says that the Twin Cities, that this area is the second highest for satanic activity in the country, by the way. So anyway, so that maybe that explains. She's got a story. She's on YouTube, Kim Arth, ARTH. So I don't know.
Really?
Yeah. So we've got
I
two
don't
conversations
email
going.
TIs because my emails get intercepted a lot, so I don't try to
Okay,
email
so
them.
we friends online.
Probably Bob Dan.
Did you talk to me Monday and say something about, like, you spoke to me on the website or something?
Yep, that was me.
Did I block you like 9 months ago?
I don't know. I haven't looked, my friend.
I'm trying to figure out which one of you. What does your profile say again?
Degreed in wildlife science from New Mexico, and then I moved to Minnesota.
I mean,
and
the name
I'm
it says.
divorced.
It's Marcus what?
Hopkins.
Okay, now I remember. I'm sorry.
You know, Bob, sometimes I
You know what it
mix
is? I'm
you up
kind of
with Bob Williams or Dan Williams. There's a TI named Dan Williams, and I mix you up with him sometimes.
I'm kind of introverted, and this conversation kind of throws my mind all over the place.
You're introverted?
Yes.
I'm
By
sorry.
design.
I'm sorry?
Well,
No, you don't sound like it.
But I'm not trying to be aggressive. My ex-wife was an introvert. But
By the way, the introverted is it's a misconception. You would think introverted means shy. It's not that at all. It's just a different way of thinking.
Okay.
That's why, like, even my dad said, like, I told my dad, I'm like, Dad, I'm an introvert. He's like, no, you're not. You can talk to anybody. I'm like, no, but I don't like to talk to everybody. That's the difference, you know? An extrovert likes to talk to people. Just because I can socialize and I can talk to people doesn't mean I want to.
Yeah, anyone can be a whistleblower. It could be an introvert or an extroverted personality type. But I think that I would theorize or throw a wild guess out there that extroverts blow the whistle on crime more than introverts do.
Well, introverts just keep to themselves. They don't really care about crime.
Yeah, that's true. They don't blow their head off, you know, like me, I'll be too extroverted and, you know, blow my head off.
The only reason I'm involved in this is because they targeted me.
Because they couldn't control you, Bob.
I know, but I don't know. I just want to I want to go after them.
That's okay. We do too.
Yeah, you use it by exposing them.
Yeah,
The
we're all
gang
about
stalking. Yeah, the gang
Using
stalking
the
group
media.
is like a cult. So the gang stalking scheme is what's the word? It's like naturally compatible with cults, and they say they use cults to further their own goals.
Yeah.
You know, something I saw on TV today was really interesting on the doctors. They were talking about this one doctor who's a psychologist or whatever. He shows the brains of people who are serial killers. Well, when he was doing the study, he was looking at the brain scans, and one of it was him, and he said, "Oh, this brain scan, he's a sociopath." And then he didn't know it was his own brain. But it has to do with, even his wife agreed with him. But, you know, because he grew up in a loving home, he didn't have those sociopathic tendencies to look at things like with no feeling and want to go out and kill someone with no feeling or hurt someone with no feeling. But he showed the brains of someone that's born with personality disorder, whatever you want to call it. It's almost like somebody got hit in the head with a brain, like a football player or somebody in the military got hit with their brain and brain injury. But it's like half of their brain cells are missing, literally. So they do not have the ability to have empathy. They don't have the ability, and this is when they're born. Their brain isn't fully developed. And whether they were in the womb and they didn't get the TLC from their mother while they were in the womb, That's one way that this happens. Or they didn't get the nurturing when they were out of the womb, when they were born. So most of these predators, they didn't get the social benefits, and they have brain problems, brain deformities that are not brought out until they commit crimes. And
Well, you're
until
still
they
going
die
back-
and they can use their brain and look at the brain, that's when they find out.
You're
we
still
can't
going
wake
back
up.
to like the external source of the brain damage compared to internal poisonings by gang stalkers. You know, they're
Well, but
two
a lot of these
totally-
people are born with this mindset, and they can be charming and smart and bright and successful, and most of them are highly successful because they can put their emotions aside because they don't have the empathy to feel, because they can just, go beyond that and take care of business. So they can be highly successful. Most of them are in big corporations. So, and because we have the GMOs in the food, we have water that's toxified, we have the air that's toxified, that plays into, I think, the formation of the brain. Would you agree?
Well, you keep talking a lot. I was just trying to say that, brain damage occurs in many forms. You don't have to be a football player or in the military to sustain,
right.
Like TI sustains a lot of brain damage,
I
and they're
definitely have
neither
brain damage.
a football player or a military man.
Right. But not
Yeah,
just
in
brain
the-
damage, but when you're born with brain deformity.
Back on topic, in the Cuban hearing that they had about the electronic harassment and everything that the diplomats were going through, that is actually, they're classifying it as traumatic brain injury.
Thank you.
So I agree.
Yes, definitely.
I agree with Marcus that they know now, that the electronic harassment and vertigo and high pitch frequency, all of that is traumatic brain injury, and that is how they classified it in the Senate hearing.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
That's for all of
and that we shouldn't let that go away, because it didn't just happen 2017. I looked it up. It happened 2016.
Well, in that hearing, they said, I listened to the hearing, and then I went back and read the transcript. And the transcript, they actually said they have a reported case from 2014. So
wow.
they've been right a while.
I was listening to Mola D about, and she was her broadcast on January 25th, and she had Karen Horton, Karen Stewart, and Paul Marco, and Susie Dawson, and she was saying that these two CIA agents went to anti-American country, and they were hit with directed energy weapons like back in 2000 or 1997, and then 10 years later, they developed Parkinson's disease.
Wow.
It was 10 years after, and one
I
called
had
his
seen something
name.
about it said that too.
Yeah, 10 years later, and then the guy found the other guy who was his partner at that time, and he too had Parkinson's. And they thought it went directly back to that. Go ahead.
It can also cause dementia and Alzheimer's.
Yeah, but they definitely
my mom
developed.
has it.
Yeah, they definitely developed. Yeah, they definitely developed Parkinson's. Okay, and it was a direct result of being hit with the DWs when they were over in a country doing some covert work, and evidently wasn't covert enough because they knew they were coming, and they hit them with direct energy weapons. And this was like 10 years or so ago, and now they have Parkinson's.
Well, what they said in that hearing was so important to all of us, and that they were talking about the medical examinations had occurred, so that means it's all written down. They have it all. So they've got the information, the medical information that is linking what we're suffering from down to traumatic brain injury. So, I mean, there's pursuit.
But we need to know the name of the test that they ran, the neurological test that they ran. That's what we're waiting on right now to find the name of the test that they ran to show the disruption of the white matter in the brain. And that's what we need to know so we can go with that information to our doctors and get a referral to get that neurological test. Yeah.
Right, and I'm saying that information is already written up in court.
But we need to prove it's in our brain. We need to take the test. We can't just say we hit with DW. We need medical proof. Okay.
Well, and I'm saying the State Department has that. We're all the American citizens. Our State Department has all of those baselines, all of those medical reports. So in releasing to that, we could compare those baselines to the doctor for our baselines. That's the coordinating information stamped with the seal of the United States government medical, profession at the State Department. So it's all there for us.
Yeah, I wonder what it would take to get a court order of FOIA on that.
Exactly.
Because they're sort of under a gag order, so certain things they can't tell us. But we need to get a court order to reveal that.
Well, since they opened it up, I was thinking about that. They've opened it up to the Senate hearing. They talked about they were having another one. Of course, they would have to protect privacy and the names and the identifying information of the individual patient. But it's the symptomology that brings it down to traumatic brain injury that
Yes.
we're all in.
I got that, so, but I want to know how they tested, what test they ran to get that, to come to that diagnosis. Okay.
Exactly. Maybe that goes back to the answer to her question of why can't a FOIA tell us what?
And we need to know those tests because we would probably, everybody on this phone call, all the TIs who had directed energy weapon hits, we probably would have that diagnosis also. It's a good chance because we get tested for it, that we would come up because we've been exposed, especially those who I've been exposed for 2 years now, I believe, because mine escalated to that. But I'm in this is my second year. But others were exposed. Yeah. Some people have been exposed for years and years. Others, I'm aware of TIs I've talked to have been exposed 6, 7 years. They've been getting hit. So
when I've been targeted since '87.
Okay. So you would definitely, it would be interesting to get that. You definitely get the test. We all need the test. Yeah. But you're still talking. You still, yeah, you're still functioning.
This is a huge call. I was taking some notes, but I wasn't taking notes on this call. I was just kind of like reframing back to like 4 years ago, and to now, like in about 1 page. I wrote like 3/4 of a page, the first 5 minutes of this call, in my old journal that I wrote how I was being targeted.
Well, I'm curious to know because especially we need to contact Karen Stewart and Dr. Horton since these proceedings and the State of the Union was given yesterday and talking about the illegal surveillance. And oh boy, one of the California senators was so mad about that and calling out the Department of Justice, calling out the FBI, which we have every right to and should be rolling them over, everybody in the intel departments and investigating everyone. Not everyone's bad in intel, but we need to find out who the ones that are behind this. And we need to call them out. So this is unraveling, and be positive about this. Know that this is just the start. And I wasn't behind Trump when he first came into office. I didn't vote for him, but I do believe that he is heading this up and his people because he knows it's been used against him in the Department of Justice. So because it affected him, and that's, I think, the reason why. Otherwise, he's not just being a nice guy because he wants to be a nice guy about this, because it happened to him with all these Trump University and his Russian collusion files and all this other stuff, it gave platform to that. So, you know, as unhappy I am that that happened to him, I'm happy that it happened. It was supposed to happen the way it did, so the truth could come out. So he could be exonerated, because whether he had any ties with Russia or not is not even the key issue here. It's about the illegal surveillance and illegal energy weapons being used and illegal abuse of authority in the worst way.
That's far
I agree.
out.
That's used
I agree.
as a military whistleblower.
I agree. That's the story. That's the story behind the story. The real story.
The last
is the
question
surveillance
in a hearing
and the
that dealt
DW.
with this was about Russia. Russia is involved. The very last question about microwaves asked Rubio,
They probably were.
and by a medical doctor, was that yes, Russia began the initial microwaves in 1950. So there is an aspect of Russia being involved.
Right, because Luda is one of the TIs, and she talks about how bad it is when she goes over to Lithuania, how bad the energy weapons used on her are when she goes there. So we know that this.
I had one thing. I just
understand why the word treason would be used if Americans colluded or with any foreign country to do this to any citizens. That doesn't make sense. Why the word treason is
our
looked
intel
at.
has always been behind this since at least the 1980s, or maybe even earlier, during the Bush administration for sure. In 1990, when Bush Sr. came in, and I found out because I compared notes with many high-level people and semi-retired military generals and people who know other people in the Bay Area about all the different facts that go behind this.
Ma'am, can I make a comment?
If they know it, then they'll be able to see which Americans actually worked with Russia target our citizens. That's great then if they know it. They should trot on up there and let everybody know.
I just want to add one thing real quick, Amy. This is Connie, and I worked for the FDA, and I got hit with a direct energy weapon in a conference room at White Oak campus in Building 22, room 1201. The FDA, OSHA, DOL, everybody's covering it up that I got hit with a laser weapon.
I knew they were all involved.
I usually want to connect with Karen Stewart, and I know she wants me to do a bio and
me
to support
too.
the cases. But if they had investigated it, the diplomats either wouldn't have gotten hit or they would be able to solve it quicker. But it was a big cover-up. And it was covered up by the FDA, the Department of Labor, Workers' Comp, and you know what? After they hit me, they delivered nanotech to my brain, in my temple. And after they did it, they had two devices in the room pointing at me. They were trying to fuse it with the tissue with these infrared devices. And I know what went down, and everybody tried to cover it up. And I'm doing signed affidavits. I'm sending them to Trump. I'm sending them to Rubio. Every senator I'm sending them to.
Yeah, Rubio.
Because the government covered it up. The agency that's supposed to protect the public allowed me to get harmed. I got a huge settlement. The lawyers took a bundle. I'm not supposed to discuss this because I signed a confidentiality agreement. I'm no longer being quiet. They paid me off, you know, and they didn't pay me off for my injury, by the way. They said me saying I got zapped in the temple was a bizarre claim. They were saying I had psychological issues. No, I didn't. I was in charge of the global project for 3 years, known around the globe. I did public.
There was nothing in your records to indicate that was anything, mental or whatever.
I had
back
a
of what you were
4.7
saying.
out of a 5.0 rating. 5.0 is the biggest rating you can get. I was 4.7.
Wow.
No, we didn't have psychological issues. They had psychological
you
issues,
didn't.
and they have
They do.
narcissistic. They are infiltrated, and I'm telling you, there are people who work for the FDA, and protecting the public is the last thing from their mind. And I can
It's
name
a lie.
them.
And the
I will name
CDC.
them. I go out of Trump, know each and every person's name and position.
And Rubio,
Well, you're wonderful with your background to share with us what you know on that, because that goes into so many different areas. The FDA has to do with the food supply, the water supply, the drug supply, things that are, supposed to be regulated, things that are not being regulated. And then the Health and Human Services. I bet those 2 people in LA that were shot or supposedly were terrorists, they were probably really covering up with they were told the government was to cover up about the water supply being tainted, that we're drinking toilet water and reclaimed water and desalination water and all this other garbage. So I bet you that they were fall guys.
And the other thing, the other thing is their own employees are becoming electrically hypersensitive, and they actually have office space available for electrically hypersensitive people. They made me electrically hypersensitive when they zapped me in the head, and that was after I submitted whistleblower complaints. But
yeah, I would have mine before I'm becoming electric sensitive.
What is your name, the lady?
Which one, Connie?
Okay, you're getting off topic. Okay, we're here in a group conversation.
No, it's not off topic, because I'm going to tell you why. After I got zapped in the head, I had an MRI, an EEG, and a CAT scan. I believe my symptoms were similar to what the diplomat. So I need to find a reputable neurologist to look at these scans and see if the white matter changed that's consistent with diplomat.
Right.
Did it change the color of your hair or your hearing or your vision or your thinking?
My vision went out in a minute. My vision went out for less than a minute, and when it came back, everything was blurry. I had excruciating pain. Every electrical noise was amplified. There was an Asian guy in front of the elevators. He had some device, and he was looking at me, and he kept on punching fast into the device. Heather Crandall was in the room. She had a smartwatch and a smartphone with red herringbone taped around the perimeter of these devices. Both were pointing at me. I held huge papers that they handed out in front of my face. There were people in that conference room that wore glasses that never wore glasses. And normally when we had a meeting, they would project on screen. Somebody would bring their computer on this paper. It was like 2 or 3 point font. They hit me. They wanted to see the effects, and I almost died from it. Severe neuropathy. My equilibrium was off. My memory everything was bad. And they either tried to kill me or tried to give me severe brain damage. They failed miserably, because not only am I healthier and stronger than when they did this to me, they were radiating me. And when I worked for the FDA, when I joined the FDA, I quit Pfizer and worked for the FDA. They said, "Do you know what NSA is?" I said, "No, I don't. What is it?" And the guy said, "It's no such agency." He left my office, went down the hall, and went into a vacant office with my supervisor. I think that's when I was entered into the guinea pig program.
Where was the FDA? What state?
That hasn't even come out. That Rubio.
Maryland. Oh, that explains
Rubio.
Maryland, because everything bad comes out of Maryland that is government related.
It's a Maryland. I never want to go back to that state. If I ever drive to Florida or take a drive somewhere, I will drive around the state. It is the most evil place I've ever lived in my life. It's bad. And you know what?
Did you hear Connie? Did you hear the information that Rubio hasn't released what happened to him during the primary? Some of the stuff that Rubio went through in the primaries.
I love Rubio. I've sent information to him, but he wouldn't take it.
I was asking Connie if she had heard that Rubio hasn't released his information, and that relates to that Cambridge Analytica, the people who are doing the psychographics. Have you heard
involved?
I've heard of Cambridge, but I didn't know about Rubio. But I am going to contact Rubio. I'm going to contact Trump.
Good.
And I'm going to see those signs.
I contacted Cambridge during the I contacted Rubio during the primaries. I really was on the side.
He was targeted, supposedly targeted by Cambridge Analytica then, and that targeting is going straight to all of the information about psychographics. So whatever, when they're hitting us and they're doing the brain scans, and if you look up, definition of the psychographics, I mean, you could kind of put it all together exactly what they were doing. I mean, literally targeting for the brain scans for profiling. And they hit, one of the, GOP people in the primary. Yeah. So how is
the reason why I'm disclosing that they paid me off and I have a settlement agreement and the lawyers got the check and then cut me a check. They don't want to tie the money from the FDA to me, the government to me. But anyways, and very high up people signed my settlement agreement, people high up in the government. And I'm risking a lot, and they might kill me or they might whatever to me. And I don't really care because I'm going to disclose a tremendous amount of information. And I think there is going to be some, I'm going to experience a backlash, but I hope it raises awareness for targeted individuals and what we're going through, because they never stopped harassing and retaliating me. They were supposed to stop. And when I signed the settlement agreement, it was a global.
You have too much clout, Connie. They would have killed you off long ago if they could have. But you made too much noise. They wouldn't dare kill you.
Well, they
would rather slow torture you.
Yeah, but so anyways, I'm not going to stop now. I've already said it on numerous calls. I'm not going to stop, and I'm going to make sure Trump knows about me. I know Obama knew about me because Office Special Counsel told me, and then the NTEU rep who was helping me got a call from the White House at 5 o'clock in the morning. I don't think it was Obama, but maybe it was little puppets. But anyways, Obama was so corrupt. I told him I revealed so much information, but not everything. Thank God, the most important stuff is still protected. Yeah. And
you're so smart. I'm glad we have you.
They're doing this to children. I know they're doing it to children. This whole mind control, remote neural monitoring, and PK stuff. This is so wrong. But anyways, I need to connect to Karen Stewart. I know she wants something from me. Hopefully her and I can connect. And, hopefully if I do experience a backlash, I'm going to say, I couldn't understand why my settlement agreement said I was globally releasing the FDA and the United States government. I thought the United States was in the United States, global release. That just tells you they're not only in the United States. It's
shared weapons.
They're the FISA, the foreign intelligence.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he was talking about that on his State of the Union about FISA involvement.
And that's another thing. My supervisor lied to an agent and said that that I wanted to buy a gun. I don't own a gun, and if I did buy a gun, that's my Second Amendment right. And she said I told my divorce lawyer that I wanted to buy a gun. I didn't use a divorce lawyer. I used a mediator. My husband and my ex-husband and I used a mediator. I never even saw an attorney. So anyway, she lied. For sure they have a FISA warrant to do this stuff to me. And they're trying to get me on as many lists as they can to justify, because they know I'm electrically sensitive. They made me that way.
Mm-hmm.
You got Ruby
you've got truth on your side.
Spectrum.
And
Spectrum?
You've got a great background.
Heavy Lip. Have you seen that movie Spectrum?
No.
Okay, well that's an excellent TI movie. It's the best one I've seen in years, actually.
Can you
write it
give
down?
us a...
Write it. Well, it's I watched it last night actually for the first time, and they have this energy plant first thing, and then they have top-notch scientists, and then they take people's brain and spinal cord and put it in a plasma and take photographs of everything going on in their brain, and then they transmit it around the land in a physical form that the military can't shoot, and they start tearing apart the towns and villages.
I never heard of that.
And they are collecting the data. They're obsessed with DNA. And the reason why I keep on telling people to detox is because they're using worm-like organisms. And that's why Epsom salt and baking soda and sea salt are so effective, you know. And everybody's got to get this stuff off. And I've seen the list of what they're putting in the chemtrails. It's 1.5 pages long. Things like uranium, there's human stuff in it, and there's, I mean, everybody knows the strontium, barium, and aluminum nanoparticulates, but the pathogens, okay, so aluminum might cause, well, it will cause.
Sorry, what were we saying?
The pathogens are more harmful, and that's what's killing people every single day, are the pathogens and fungus, because that causes cancer, and that causes high blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, arthritis, vision. The list goes on and on and on. And yeah, this is not only coming from my mouth. I mean, there's actual scientific and research papers on this stuff. That, you know, so anyways.
How are we going to solve this?
Already know that tinnitus is related to PTSD. They've had that research for years and years and years. So they had that well before, you know, the actual electronic harassment.
You guys know what spectrum means? Do you know what spectrum means? Spectrum is the entire electromagnetic energy field, and the light that you can view through your eyeballs is in the visible spectrum, but the monsters in that movie last night were like real like terrorists, and they made it like a real like scientific thing, like a real movie, but it had so much deep science that it didn't have great Hollywood acting, you know what I mean? But it's called Spectrum. I think you guys should check it out.
Well, and that's some of the stuff what you're talking about. It does deal with what we found out about Cambridge Analytica with the psychographics. You look up that terminology, I bet pieces of that's going to go back into the movie you watched. Because they're doing the fMRI. What? Do you want me to stop so you could say something?
Well, it's 12:41 here. I think Frank's going to bed. I think Frank's going to bed in about 19 minutes.
Frank, are you awake?
Right, hello.
Oh, yeah.
Frank, can I ask you a question really quick?
Sure.
Is there any, like, rules of engagement? Like, basically, I don't know, it just seems like people on the street are getting more aggressive with me. Like, if they hit me first, will they not try to set me up? Or is there any rules with that, or is this just a setup?
You said the key word, street. They're in your territory. Street rules.
So the street rules are still the same?
Yeah,
right?
grind their faces into the ground.
No, seriously?
Yeah.
And they won't set me up?
It's not going to set you up. If anything happens to do with cops, it'll be because they're there already or because somebody calls them. Same rules of engagement.
No, but I mean, like, even the shop workers in town, like, they whistle when I walk by. Like, basically, I don't know, it's like I have PTSD now where it's like, if I get into a fight, no matter what, I'm going to get blamed. And, you know, they in the shop, you know, the shop maker, the people that work at the shops are going to back, you know, the people on the streets and just say, oh, yeah, he just attacked 3 people out of nowhere.
So you're saying you're going to be framed and set up, because that's kind of what this program is.
Well, basically, I've already been set up, but that was in Hawaii with a different crowd, but it was also like a street crowd, but it was more of a, I guess, white street crowd in Hawaii. Basically,
yeah, they call that. What do they call that? Street drama or
street theater.
Yeah, thank you.
But basically, do the street rules of normal East Coast, New York, Newark, apply here? Like, will they have the honor code of not?
Oh, back in the 1980s, Hawaii used to have a large ivory black market, and now I think they got rid of it. I don't think they sell ivory in Hawaii anymore.
What does that have to do with anything I just said?
He's such a perp.
Hey guys, I got a question for you.
Roll it.
Where do we go from here as far as moving forward, as far as solving the equation properly? In other words, if you were, you don't know anything, you come on here, you realize that you're in some type of a bad situation, program, whatever, and what do you do to get out of this, or try to?
You get tight. You get unified.
Well, what I'm going to do first is thank Connie for what she just offered us information as her decision as to which senator she's going to go to provide this information to, or who she's going to go to. So I'm going to thank her profusely. Is where I'm going to go from here.
Yeah, she's got a lot of good information and a lot of good experience as to being in the heart of, Target City that she was. And I would say Marco Rubio, yes, maybe. I would say Rand and Ron Paul for sure. Governor Abbott from Texas, maybe.
Her life, what she chooses to do.
The whole problem is the FTA is supposed to protect the public, and if they can't protect their own employees and target their own employees when they blow the whistle, or even if they don't blow the whistle, there was 70% turnover in our office. And when people were losing their homes to foreclosures and out of work, American citizens, they were bringing in people from other countries who were not American citizens. President Obama.
They're still doing it at the VA and everywhere. Yeah.
President Obama appointed the director of my office, who was only 3 people above me, Hilmar Hamad from Germany. And he was an IT person who worked for Bayer Pharmaceuticals. And there's certain pharmaceutical companies that sort of like run the FDA, and I can name them too. So, they just call and whatever they want.
Were you like the top of your division there where you worked?
No, I wasn't. I was on a team of 6. We were specialists, regulatory specialists. And I assisted medical reviewers, reviewing new drug applications. I gave public presentations around the country. I did a public meeting. Also, I did, I attended, I acted as like an electronic submission expert at public meetings that they had at the FDA.
So when the FDA got approval for a drug, and then there was people dying and lawsuits against it, what department does that handle?
Many offices could get involved. And that's another thing. I know things about the tainted steroid injections and the drug shortages.
Oh. I got injected by some Russian guy. They sent me off base to get injected with these steroids, and I was freaked out. I didn't know if they were experimenting on me. I didn't
Connie,
know I had a choice.
I talked to a chick named Stephanie at the FDA, and she wasn't going to help me when my stuff kept getting poisoned. But I was already looking to the wrong place. It wasn't the FDA. It was the group of stalkers targeting me, poisoning my food. It wasn't the distributor or the manufacturer. It was point of contact. It wasn't the distributor or the manufacturer. So I can kind of like just let it go now completely that Stephanie at the FDA didn't, exchange calls with me. she called me back and left a voicemail, but I called her back once after that, and we never talked, even though, you know, I was real concerned. I said, wow, I ate some supplements where I suddenly had a bunch of brain damage. We should check into this thing. But it wasn't them, and it wasn't the other one, but it was the point of contact.
So let me ask Connie to tell the people what you did, because it's FDA is so broad in its spectrum. It deals with drugs being approved. It deals with maybe pharmaceuticals for animals,
and devices,
testing
and
that they might be
devices.
doing, and devices, medical devices, like when I was
Devices,
for
and
HP,
devices,
medical devices
and
they use in the
devices,
hospital.
and devices don't get
Like a
approved.
defibrillator that you wear inside your heart, which you become a kind of an artificial human. You're becoming transhuman because you're getting artificial things put in you, and they can really mess with you.
So devices don't get approved; they get cleared. And there's something called the FDA 9, and there was an article in the Wall Street Journal. And these were doctors and scientists who were contracted or employed by the FDA. And they blew the whistle because the top person in CDRH cleared a device that was going to be attached to X-ray machines that detected for breast cancer and colon cancer and things. And this device being attached to the X-ray machine was going to be equivalent to 800 chest X-rays. So they were going to get mega doses of radiation when they get scanned for breast cancer or prostate cancer.
Wow. And they knew that person would get a lot of radiation.
Oh,
They
so if
knew
they don't
that
have
person was going to get a lot of radiation.
they're going to get it after they have that scan. Anyways, they were heavily targeted too and everything. And that was in the Wall Street Journal in 2009.
Oh my
And
gosh.
the CDRH person who cleared the device, who was head of CDRH, he left the FDA and then he got a top position at that company.
Amazing.
Mhm.
It's just like the military. They move you on. It's not a demotion. You get a promotion for doing bad things. But being the
Yeah,
soldier.
they're going to come after me, I know, for what I'm going to do, and I need to do it fast. Yeah, I need to do it.
Why would they come after you though? Like, what's the top secret information so that, you know, other people know, so that, you know, if anything happens to you, we can defend you?
Well, one thing is after I started working in November of 2007, in December, I realized everybody at the FDA had the ability to modify, change, and delete data. Now, that's really important because you're dealing with the safety and efficacy of drugs. And another thing is, in March of 2008, all of a sudden, all the data, electronic data, disappeared. They were only backing up folders, not the actual data. So there were many opportunities for contractors and staff to modify and change efficacy and safety data. And that's really important.
I realize that modifying data is a large outlet for corruption, but if you're dealing with psychiatrists that call people schizophrenic that aren't, you know, they're making a lot of money from doing that too. So I would, just from that aspect of the FDA approving psychiatrical drugs, they have a lot to cover up.
Yeah, and
Connie,
as many
Connie,
people
what you
as they
said about the deletion of the data, I don't know if you looked at the news today, but that's coming out on the EPA. So, yes.
Oh, the environmental protection?
It's
I saw
coming,
something
yeah,
about
it
EPA.
came out of the
And the only
dealing with
reason the FDA didn't have to go back to all the drugs. The only reason why the FDA didn't have to go back to all the drug and biotech companies and say, submit all your data that you ever gave us because we didn't back it up. They backed up folders. Now that we have terabytes of data, and they were backing up only folders. Anyways, the only reason they didn't is because
you were writing notes during work, and they didn't want you writing personal notes during work, so they targeted you.
No, that's not it.
Well, no, it wasn't it.
Well,
It's information that was sensitive.
What I was trying to say there is that there were some chemicals that they were banned, and they got banned by the EPA, and then a couple of them have been released in this last year, and it just came out about them starting to delete data. What I'm recommending is that might actually have a tie with the FDA, with your experience.
Yeah, and the other thing, the reason why they didn't have to go back to the drug companies and say, give us all your information you ever gave us, submit all the documents, because my coworker Russ was doing backups in his office, and Russ is dead. Russ was going to come forward and speak on my behalf. We had an hour conversation on March 23rd, and he died, I want to say, either April 1st or 3rd, and it was a freak accident. And I believe his event was deliberate. I believe they knew they listened to our conversation we had for an hour. They knew he was going to come forward and speak on my behalf. And less than 10 days later, he was dead. And nobody we worked with went to his funeral. He worked for the FDA for 18 years. And he left our group because he was mistreated. I tried to stick it out.
Was it Russ or Ross? Was he really chapped?
Russell Livermore. He lived in Maryland, and he died in a freak accident. He was getting ready to take his daughter to look at colleges in Pennsylvania, and he noticed something wrong with the rear tire, so he had the car up on a lift, and the car came down on his chest, and he died.
Now, my experience is nothing like yours, that I've got that same haunting 8 years in my background. That's the day I was hacked. My computer was hacked. There was a man who did an interview on the MSNBC about the same subject matter, and he was dead with a heart attack in his hot tub by August. And the hacking was May, and so I have to live with knowing that somebody died too. I mean, it's a horrifying experience. You're a brave woman, Connie.
Yeah, and there were other people dying at the FDA. The lady 4 doors down from me, she got diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer in December. She died 3 weeks later. This guy on the 6th floor I used to know, he was young. He was in his 30s. He died. I mean, if you didn't transfer out, and if you didn't quit, transfer out, take early retirement or whatever, they were like, people were dying, and people were becoming electrically sensitive, and they cover everything up. They love to cover up things. They don't want people they don't want people to have they want to have a pristine reputation. But really, there's really demonic people who work there. Not everybody. There's many good people who work there. And, but there's many bad people, and they hold the highest positions, and they manage other people. So, yeah.
Well, the one that, that hardly ever gets talked about, and if Frank's still awake, maybe you can hear it too, is back when they were doing reducing the ethics in the American Psychological Association, and they were doing all these different seminars with FBI, CIA, on something called the Art of Deception. And one of the corporations that was involved was Rand, and one of the young men died. Because what they were doing, they were testing the electronics basically for, quote, intuitive ability. And there was a young man, corporation at that time, who died on his bicycle, and it was all so hush-hush. And, I mean, that little blurb really didn't even come out until they released that American Psychological Independent Review report in 2015. And I still don't hear people talking about his death.
5.
Yeah, and when you do have like a workers' comp case or an EEO case, like the workers' comp case, it said that if I discussed my injury with any attorney prior to telling them, then I could get up to a year in jail. Now, that is ludicrous. Yeah. If I go talk to any attorney and I don't tell them in advance what attorney, then I could get up to a year in jail and fined and imprisoned. Mm-hmm.
What are they hiding? Oh my
They're
God,
hiding
that's obvious.
They're hiding everybody's
Good morning,
injury. If
madam.
you look, we have like one workers' comp case in like 15 years, and this is why.
Well, it is a good time because, there's a wave going on. There's so many women who have been placed under, the gag orders with payoffs, and there are some that are breaking the gag orders. So that's kind of protection for you right there. If more people start breaking those, that group power will help.
And the other thing is, if they ever violate their end of the agreement, I'm supposed to contact their attorney. Now I know they're going to say, where's the proof and what's being done? Everything's going to take time. So forget that. I'm just going to go full steam ahead. I don't really care what the repercussions are. I'll deal with them when they come. But I'm going to disclose a whole hell of a lot. And this is a lot why they never tried to give me a 5150 or like I've been to the police 3 times about targeting. And I've talked to the first selectman, and none of them ever questioned my sanity and the whole thing about the psychiatric profession, they were created to give labels and get people on dangerous antipsychotic meds, because when they get you on those meds, they know how to when they get you on certain meds, not only antipsychotics, but even some prescription meds, they know how to access your brain better and easier. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. And it's just really, they're handing
Proteins in the brain.
It's a very dangerous class of drugs. Serotonin and uptake inhibitors, then that could affect how much melatonin you produce, which could affect your sleep. And, anyways, there's no concrete, for a lot of those psych diagnoses, there's no medical test to prove you're bipolar or you're depressed or you're delusional or you're there's for a lot of them, there's no medical test that could definitively prove that.
Connie, what's your last?
A lot of them, would you agree that a lot of them are deficiencies in something in your system that is causing to make it mimic bipolar?
It could be a chemical imbalance, or you could even look at a brain scan and maybe determine certain things, but they know how to cause that with chemicals and radiation. So,
Sure.
That could affect your brain scan. They know how to cause illnesses using all this bad energy and frequency.
Here's something as a hot topic I want to ask you your opinion on and other people's opinion. Since I found out about the mad cow disease when I was stationed in England in 85 to 87, and I was told when I came overseas that I could not donate blood to the Red Cross because I might have mad cow disease. I served over there during that period. Well, when I looked up a couple of days ago to see, I knew it was happening in California because it was on TV. They, came in Salinas with, big dump trucks, and they were rolling over these live cows and just dozing them into they're still alive and they're dozing them into a pile, to bury them alive. And so I looked into France. It happened in Germany. It happened in the UK. It happened in Italy. There isn't, I don't think, one country it didn't happen. And the United States in the 1970s and 60s, mad cow, and they kept that silent. And once you get that mad cow in your system, it does things to your nervous system. It does things to your brain. It does things to your joints. It's a whole array of issues. And they say that they cannot diagnose it till you die and they autopsy your brain. And I don't know if that's fact or fiction because they're coming up ways to scan for things. But, this has been a cover-up, and that's why they shut up Oprah. Because they don't want her talking about being anti-beef. And that's why they had death threats on her life, because she was talking, because that, can you imagine how many millions of dollars that would be going out of the cattle industry, from Texas especially to California to, you know, the Midwest, all over. You know, meat is a big industry. Beef, steak, you know, it's a big industry. And I believe that is the reason why people are having psychological problems, because it causes psychological problems. It causes deformities of the brain.
It makes
Even
me
as
mad.
subtle as they may
The more
be.
important thing is the chemtrails contain bacteria, fungus, and micro and nano organisms. And these things go into your nasal passage, then into your sinus cavity, then they pull on the nerves. These people know what frequency to send. If you have it on the skin, they know how to hit it and cause bleeds. They can cut you. They can make you blister. You know, so I hear people, and women are losing their hair and getting wrinkles.
Yeah,
that they didn't have. Well, it's because of these nano and microorganisms, these worms. Nano hook worm, it's like a fishing hook. It has hooks going 2 different ways. It attaches.
Yeah, some people have them in their eyes. It's scary.
Is it salmonella?
And they get in the brain. We're breathing it in. It's getting in our brain. And you know, it's getting in our eyes, our nose, our mouth, our stomach, everywhere. I mean, really, people need to detox. Look out for Charlie. The guy's hit the nail on the head. But there are quick and easy ways to get this stuff out of your body. I tried really harmful things. I've used bleach. I've used alcohol, peroxide. I used, 150 proof buff club. But actually, things that get on the skin are like clay and natural products like shea butter, clay, and things like that. These organisms and the biofilm is very attracted. It's Stu Myers on the call. She knows. It's very attracted to organic materials.
Hey, Connie, I want to ask a question before Frank kicks us off. I was born with very, very, very dry skin, which in some ways might have helped be a protector. The bathing in the baking soda is too harsh for me. How would like an apple cider bath do? Would that help? Would that serve any
I think
purpose?
it would help. It might help if you just take wipes and wipe the skin with apple cider vinegar, but really things that are amazing for the skin. Shea butter is amazing. Coconut oil and coconut is very amazing.
African black soap. African black soap.
Now, I'm sorry, I just want to ask this and I'll go. I have to use, the only thing that works for my skin is the ammonium lactate lotion. Like it used to come in prescription form years ago when they put it on the market, I don't know, about 20 years ago. And now it helps me a lot. So do you know if that acid is helping also, keep that stuff off my skin?
I listen to LP3s and old records.
Yeah, the acids do help kill the organisms and the biofilm. Okay. So lime juice, lemon juice, antibacterial.
I recommend that kind of lotion.
What do you think about retinol? Retinol? Do you think would help?
I don't know about retinol. And there's only a couple products that I know that if you apply it to your skin, when they're spraying the biofilm, in the chemtrails, and it gets in your heating duct system or your ventilation, your air conditioning. And Jackie, who's a TI in Florida, she has an excellent video. It looks like it's snowing in her bedroom and outside. It's not snowing in Florida. It's actually these fine white particulates that fall on the skin. It's water and heat activated. Then it starts bonding with the hair, skin, and nails. And if it might attach to a surface, and it might seem like a hard acrylic. But there are a couple moisturizers that I know that it won't. The stuff doesn't really attach to the skin very well if you use these moisturizers. One is Aquaphor, and then another one is called Get Prep by Freeman, and when I put that on, and these particulates, they'll just roll around on top of the skin like jelly, but they don't actually start attaching to the skin. And Shea Moisture makes hair products.
Neapolitan.
What I had to do for my top of my skull, because that's where, like, it seems like stuff would, like that stuff you were talking about, the light caused the callus type particles. I've had to shave my head about 4 times now, and I know it sounds gross, but I shave that callus stuff off, the top of my head area, to get it off, and then just soak my head with these different products that you're talking about to try to keep that callus from building back up.
But L'Oreal makes a hair mud mask. You use it before you shampoo. And if you take this L'Oreal hair mud mask, or if you take any clay product and you mix it with like Shea Moisture, they make one that is like peppermint, apple cider vinegar, and African black castor oil. And they also make one, Shea Moisture makes African water mint and ginger. So you mix this with the clay, you massage it into the scalp, and that stuff will come off. You never had to shave your head. It will come off. And when they get this stuff in your hair, when they get this stuff in my hair, my long brown hair, if I go outside and they send the frequency, my hair will start going up towards the sky.
Yeah, that's what I was experiencing too. Okay.
And this is on all our heads, whether people want to believe it or not. And there's quick and easy tests that you can do with ketchup or hot sauce. Because if you start rubbing, when you get through the biofilm, it's going to feel sandy or gritty. And those are the organisms. It's really
my mom believe it until I went to shave my head, and she's like, "Oh my God, you were telling the truth." I mean, it's just huge buildup. It's horrible.
Okay, you want to finish up, guys?
Those of us who have long hair, and we don't shave our head, we kind of don't know that it's calloused where basically we're getting.
And the thing is, they're getting it on the skin to make us transmitters and receivers. The biofilm and the organisms. I mean, these are like this stuff allows us to become transmitters and receivers. So they don't even have to hit your ear. They can hit your neck, and it'll travel to your ear because it's biofilm and the organisms.
Okay, people,
and,
thoughts.
Jellyfish.
Thanks, Frank, so much.
Oh, you're so welcome.
Thank you. It's been really good call.
Thank you.
Really good call. Thank you for your patience, and we got some good information on this call, and I just encourage everybody to just keep up the faith and keep being strong and fighting this.
Yep. God
every
bless.
way that you can think of.
And God
Thank
bless
you.
all
God bless you
TIs
too.
all over the world. And good night.
Yeah, you too. Good night.